Yeah, her making. What the fuck? They just blow people's ear off. Yeah, just. We're fucking fixing this shit. I don't care. Bye bye. Live. Pause. Go back a few. Bro. Still crappy quality. Oh no, what to do? We can go straight to YouTube. Shit. Boom. This is the guy.
We're going to be talking about the best streaming settings for OBS Studio to stream to YouTube. I know it's a bit different of a video from others I've done in the past, but I've been live streaming to YouTube quite a lot recently with my Valheim, and a bunch of you are interested in what are my settings. So today we're going over that. In my opinion, what the best settings are that work really well for me for streaming to YouTube, and I'll be kind of going over how you could tweak a bunch of these settings depending on the hardware you have and what computer you have. So starting off here, you'll obviously just go to the settings tab, and starting off with general, the only thing that's important here is obviously the theme. You can choose whatever theme you want. I'm just using the default one because I really don't care as much. As long as it's a dark theme, don't use the light theme. I don't think anybody uses the light theme, and if you do, comment below because you are special, I will say that much. But you'll also notice here that for the updates, I have it selected for beta releases. So basically, it'll be default with the stable release, which I suggest you do, but some of the settings I'm going to show you today are in the newest beta. I think this is 29.1 version of OBS at the time of this video. So I just selected the beta release because this will be how it will be in the future for you all, and I've got some really awesome tips that are only supported in this beta version. So do be sure to select beta, close out of OBS, and let it update to this latest beta release, because this one is kind of important for this video. But if you're watching this in the future, don't worry, all these settings will be in the default version. So going over to the stream tab, because I do to YouTube, I just have the YouTube RTM. So you can do to anything you want. You know, Twitch settings will be different than what I'm going to show you in this video. So if you're a Twitch streamer, maybe I'll do another video on that because I did used to stream to Twitch. So let me know in the comments, obviously, if you'd like any more videos in depth onto any one of these things specifically. But and then this is the server I use. You could also use the backup ingest server, RTMP. But I usually use the primary one if it's available and working well. But if I'm having some trouble, maybe I'll switch to the backup one. If I'm getting some errors from YouTube with their servers being a little slow sometimes. And then I connected my account. So I'd recommend highly that you connect your account. That's obviously what OBS Studio recommends. I actually used a stream key instead of connecting my account for like 2 years, and just recently really realized the benefits of connecting my account. And I'll explain those in a bit more detail as this video goes on. But then you'll obviously here ignore stream service settings. You don't want to click this unless you really want to, but this is pretty much a little more important for Twitch, but not for YouTube, so leave that unchecked. And now we're going to jump all the way down to the video tab here, because this is kind of the next step. I know it's not in order, but you can see that I'm streaming in 4K, so I have the base canvas resolution of 4K, and then I have my output scaled resolution at the same 4K. And because of that, resolutions match, so I don't need any downscaling, and I'm doing 4K at 60 FPS. I'll be talking a little about this because I did get the 4090 graphics card, which definitely can handle this, but if you have something else, there's a lot of other settings, and we'll go over those. So, for example, what I used to do before I got the 4090 graphics card is, obviously I have the 4K monitor, so my base canvas resolution does not change. If you have a 1080p, yours would be 1920 by 1080, for example. But then if you do want to downscale, because the maximum I could stream with my earlier graphics card, or maybe if you have a scaled resolution, a downscan, but if you can only do the 16 samples one, there's not that much of a difference. It is easier on OBS. For Valheim, I use higher, which will be definitely Twitch, but not for YouTube. I want to, because I don't, then this. But I streamed Valheim gaming, and by the way, you'd want to click this little drop-down menu and select the advanced. We'll be talking about today. Again, if you guys want another video on recording specifically and the best settings for that, do let me know. But starting off with the first streaming settings tab here, I have the streaming encoder, or the audio encoder, sorry, as the FFmpeg AAC, which is what I use. It's pretty much default for everything, I think, now. But the video encoder, this is what's really important and will vary between hardware and internet speeds and all of that. I am actually streaming an AV1 encoding, which is the new, very newly accepted format to stream in. There are a ton of benefits to streaming in AV1. Again, I could go over those in another video, but AV1 is absolutely amazing, and it is supported by some of the new Intel graphics cards, as well as the new 4090, or the 40 series from NVIDIA. So if you've got one of those cards, AV1 encoding is absolutely amazing. I do not rescale the output because obviously I'm doing it in 4K, so I don't choose to rescale the output here. I just leave that unchecked. But for example, if you don't have the 40 series, I would suggest H.264 encoding, NVIDIA NVENC H.264. X.264 is if you don't have a graphics card and you want to do all the encoding with your CPU, which I definitely would not recommend, especially in today's day and age. It works, but if you have a GPU that can support the NVENC encoder or whatever, use it for sure. It makes it a ton better quality. So I would suggest H.264 if your hardware is on the lower end. If your hardware is mid-end and you can do it, or you don't want to use AV1, H.265 is a step up from H.264. Much higher quality video with actually less bitrate needed to maintain that high quality video. And we'll go over bitrate here in the next tab, which is the encoder settings. So I have it set to CBR, constant bitrate, which is what I would highly recommend for all of you. These other ones are just not very relevant for streaming, to be honest. And I have my bitrate set at 18,000, which is pretty high, but it's actually very, very low for what it should be. Because if you notice, I'm streaming in 4K at 60 FPS. This bitrate should be like, YouTube can actually accept up to 51,000 kilobits per second. All right, that's a ton. That's such a high number. Again, for Twitch, it's totally different. I think their maximum is like 6,000 right now, maybe 8,000 for partners, but I can use the 51,000, but it's pointless because my internet speed is not even that fast. And this is the benefit of AV1 encoding. If I used H.265 or H.264, I would not be able to stream in 4K with my internet speed because it doesn't look good at 18,000 kilobits per second. Whereas the AV1 encoding looks amazing at 18,000 kilobits per second. Now, how do you choose a bitrate? You choose your bitrate based on your internet speed. I would recommend running a speed test. You can use the speed test by Ookla. I think it's just speedtest.net. And figure out what your upload speed is. That's the important number here. Whatever that upload speed is, cut it in half, and that should be the bitrate you use for streaming. So my upload speed is about 40 to 41 megabits per second upload, but I could do 20, but I'm choosing 18 based on trial and error because I tried 20, and because you get an upload speed, say, you know, I get an upload speed of 40 megabits per second, it's not a very constant upload speed. The internet speed kind of varies, goes all over the place, and if for some reason it dips down, for example, if this was 40,000 kilobits per second, which would be utilizing the full 40 megabits per second upload speed, if this was 40,000 and my internet speed somehow dipped just below that, which is super common, especially if you're maxing it out like that, then my stream would be laggy, it would crash, which has happened to me plenty of times, as some of you guys remember. When I just started filming and doing the streaming in 4K, I had it crash a lot of times before I settled on this bitrate, because I even tried 20,000 kilobits per second, and that was even just too much to where I found that my upload speed could sometimes barely dip below 20, but it never dips below 18. So I would suggest either trying half, That's always a good number. For example, if you've got 10 megabits per second upload speed, then try 5,000 kilobits per second as your bitrate here. But 5,000 would definitely not accept streaming in 4K, for example. So you would have to lower your resolution and your frame rate by a ton. You might be able to get away with maybe 1080, especially if you used H.265. Especially if you use AV1, you could. Again, that's one of the benefits of AV1. Super high quality video at a very low bitrate, because YouTube even recommends 20,000 to 51,000 for streaming at 4K 60, which is super high, and my internet just couldn't quite do that. So this is how I do it. Keyframe interval, I do 2 seconds. That's pretty much the common amongst everyone. Works pretty well. The preset, I choose the slowest quality, which is the best quality. My hardware can handle it, but if you can't, I would recommend 6, 5, you know, you can kind of work your way down the line until you get a good quality image with something your hardware can handle pretty solid. So I tried 6 actually before I went to 7, because 6 really worked well, and there's not that much of a difference between 6 and 7, but I noticed that 7 was just doable, totally doable. I noticed I would also keep an eye on the thermals of my graphics card and such when I was streaming to make sure it wasn't heating up too much, and I noticed it was not heating up anymore doing 6 versus 7. So I just decided to do 7 because it's the best quality and my hardware can handle it. But again, work your way down until you find something that works for your hardware. Tuning quality, I just have high quality, and then multi-pass mode, I have it set to single pass. I used to do 2 passes at quarter resolution, but single pass just seems to be the best. It seems to still work on low-end hardware just fine. Profile set to main. Look ahead, I have unchecked. I used to check that actually, because all it does, it's like this AI that does exactly what it says, looks ahead a few frames and kind of tries to predict what the next frame is going to be, which kind of could create a benefit, but if your hardware can handle it without it, it adds a bunch of like lag and unnecessary computing power that I find does not actually enhance the image at all. However, I do have the visual tuning, that big old tongue twister thing, checked. GPU is 0 and max B frames is set to 2. Now going to the audio tab here, I have the sample rate at 48,000 kilohertz. This is important. This number should match whatever your mic input is. So I'm using the Focusrite Solo for my mic, and I have it selected as the input on the software for that to be 48,000. But if yours is 44,000, you have to do 44,000, because if you try to push this number higher, all it's going to do is like mess up with the timing of the audio. So it's going to sound, either it's going to mess up with the pitch, you might sound a lot higher or lower than your voice actually sounds. So you want this number to match whatever your mic can handle. You know, I don't notice much of a difference of high mic. Now going to hotkeys, I obviously just have some basic hotkeys to switch a couple things. I have the process priority set to high. Above normal is also totally fine. You know, I don't notice much of a difference of high to above normal, but if you do have lower end hardware, I would recommend running OBS Studio in the first place. Right click it, run as administrator, because that will give it top priority for the processing, and then also set this to high if you have lower end hardware. I don't notice a difference because my hardware is fairly good, and I just have it set to high because I don't notice any degrade in my gaming performance or anything. But basically, if you set this to low or normal, your game will feel better, but it won't look better on stream. So if you're okay compromising how your game feels a little bit, lacking some FPS in the game to have a better streaming quality, I would set this to high. And then for the color here, I just have the 8-bit selected. You could do 10-bit if you really wanted to get fancy, but for streaming, absolutely not. Maybe that could be a video setting that I'll go over in the future. 8-bit is totally fine. And then Rec 709, because that's the standard color space. Again, all of this is default right now. All of this is default. So don't change any of this if you like the way it is. Something I do change sometimes is the color range. It's set to limited, but I could set it to full. Full color range versus limited color range. Again, a super minor thing that does not really affect the quality that much. I mean, it's hard to notice. If you set it to full versus limited, you would really have to be watching that stream at a super high resolution and have a really good monitor with accurate color to notice the difference. And it was something that when I set it to full, my graphics card was working a little harder to try to stream. So I just set it to limited because I just don't notice the best difference there. And then for this tab, this is the other thing that I did change. Automatically reconnect, I have it set to be 2 seconds. I think that might be default, but I think it might be 5 seconds. So like if my stream loses connection midway through the stream, it will try to reconnect and put that video signal back every 2 seconds. I'd recommend putting it pretty fast like that. Try not to do it 10 seconds or 20 seconds unless your internet speed is really slow. But definitely try to do 2 seconds, even 1 second. And then maximum retries, you could put this number as high as you want. I just have it at 100. I think it defaults at 50. But because I have a faster number here, I'll just put more retries because who cares? It could keep retrying and retrying as many times as you want it to. That doesn't really matter. So with that said, I do hope this video was helpful for those of you who wanted to know a few of the settings and how to utilize AV1 encoding maybe, and again, I might actually do another video on AV1 encoding specifically, but for now, if you don't have the beta version of OBS Studio or you don't have a graphics card that supports it, I used H.264 for years. That's what I used, and again, if you've got that graphics card that's like, 3080 maybe, H.265 will give you that slightly better looking image, and I might do a comparison of the three. There are also a lot of good videos out there comparing the three encoders, but I find that AV1 is actually amazing. I didn't think I'd be switching to using it. It is amazing and lets me actually stream fully in 4K at 60 frames per second, looking really crisp and clear at only 18,000 kilobits per second. So pretty cool. But if you guys have any other questions or any other specifics you'd like to know, be sure to comment them below. And until next video, cheers.
is exclusive about Donald Trump. Disclosing secret information about America's nuclear submarines to a foreigner after he left office. The conversation has been reported to Special Counsel Jack Smith, who is investigating the former president. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has the story. Good morning, John.
Good morning, George. America's secrets don't get much more sensitive than the
It doesn't get any better than this, folks. If you thought things were going to get worse, or if you thought that the situation with Donald Trump could not get any funnier, well, you were wrong. He done did it again. Turns out Trump allegedly disclosed U.S. nuclear subs information after leaving the White House. That's right.
Details of our nuclear arsenal, but that is exactly what Donald Trump allegedly shared with an Australian billionaire at Mar-a-Lago months after he left the White House, according to sources familiar with what that billionaire has now told federal investigators. The Australian billionaire, Anthony Pratt, has told Special Counsel Jack Smith's team that the former president told him potentially sensitive information about the capabilities of America.
Dude, one billionaire, two faces, baby. You see that shit? Why you snitching, homie? He told you that in confidence. He wanted to look cool, dog. Fucking Aussies, man. He's out here showing you sick, cool stuff, okay? And you're over there talking shit. Immediately snitching to Jack Smith, you fucking piece of shit. We should have never given these guys subs, man. Can't trust them. Can't trust them at all.
Because nuclear submarines.
Cloud sharks everywhere.
Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News. Those sources say Pratt then shared the information with scores of others, including more than a dozen foreign officials, several of his own employees, and a handful of journalists, according to sources familiar with the matter. Pratt joined Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club shortly after Trump became president and was invited to multiple White House events.
Australian entrepreneur Anthony Pratt announced a new $2 billion investment in box-making factories across the United States. But he only did that if Trump won the election, I think. Is that a correct statement, Anthony?
Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News the alleged disclosure took place in April of 2021, just months after Trump left the White House. The sources say Pratt told federal investigators that Trump was leaning towards him as if to be discreet, and allegedly shared two critical pieces of information about U.S. submarines. The supposed exact number of nuclear warheads each usually carries, and exactly how close they can supposedly get to a Russian submarine.
I don't understand. I mean, this is so awesome. One, it's awesome because the billionaire is literally a freak, okay? Look at him. He is a decrepit carcass. What is going on in the billionaire world, okay? Like, you can't look like that, man. That's not allowed. That's not normal, bro. That's not normal. Everyone around this guy should have been like, hey, dude, I think you're doing something that, like, God finds really, really fucked up, okay? It seems like God is punishing you for whatever the fuck you're doing. So
I don't think he's eating the baby blood.
that's number one, okay? Number two, that part I love. Like, personally, this is the best way to understand it. Like, something he has done is an affront to God, okay? Secondly, love. You're really, really... It's not allowed. That's not normal, bro. That's not normal. Everyone around this guy should have been like, hey, dude, I think you're doing something that, like, God finds really, really fucked up, okay? It seems like God is punishing you for whatever the fuck you're doing. So that's number one.
Yeah, he's not drinking the baby blood. He's forgetting that in his diet.
The best way to understand it, like, something he has done is an affront to God, okay? Secondly, this story is such a classic Trump showing Kid Diddler Rock attack plans moment. It is pure flex.
Diddly.
There is no, like, I guess someone is in the pocket of Russia type angle here. He is so obviously just flexing, okay? He's like, you're a billionaire. I'm a billionaire too. I'm a billionaire who knows about nuclear submarines. You guys watch submarines, don't you? It's just... like, it is such a classic brag moment. It's so perfectly Trump. I love it.
Anthony is one of the most successful men in the world. Perhaps Australia's most successful man, as they say.
It's unclear if the information Trump allegedly shared with Pratt was accurate, but the sources tell ABC News that the investigators asked Pratt not to repeat it, suggesting it was too sensitive to share. But in fact, the sources say that with...
Hold on. Let me... see if I can mess with this. There we go. Okay.
Within minutes of his conversation with Trump ending, the Australian billionaire started telling another guest at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. It's like, can you fucking believe it, mate? He's a fucking idiot. He told me how to cover our ad break. It's supposed to be fucking confidential, right? He even told me how to fucking avoid it, mate. By subscribing for $5 dues or for free with a Twitch Prime. Not a nuclear submarine, just a gifted sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can't use your access for evil like that.
3-minute.
Yeah, well, call me a fucking cheater.
Potential disclosure was uncovered as part of the investigation into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, although there's no indication that Trump showed Pratt any actual documents. He may not have showed Pratt any...
Oh, in honor of... Trump has been accused of disclosing national security secrets so many times that I put together the top 10 instances in which Donald Trump allegedly shared sensitive information for reasons unknown. First of all, that's not true. These are not unknown reasons. These are very known reasons. Every single time Donald Trump has disclosed national security secrets, it is for one reason and one reason only. Flexing. That's it. You don't have to go further than that. He is so... black and white. He is so simple. Does the top of the hour ratings bot even exist still? It does. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe we broke it because it was such a highly rated 9.18, 277 chatters. In May 2017, Trump said a bit too much about nuclear submarines during a chat with the then Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte. In July 2019, Trump had a sensitive conversation with Ambassador Gordon Sondland while Sondland was in a Ukrainian restaurant. A former senior director of the White House Situation Room said soon after, the security ramifications are insane. Donald Trump mishandled sensitive information with such frequency that I was able to put together a top 10 list a couple weeks ago. Okay. Number 8, secret. This secret information. Look at this. Trump was recorded saying, adding, isn't that incredible? It's so cool. This was, of course, first disclosed as a CNN exclusive, if you remember. On February 2017, Trump discussed sensitive details about North Korea's ballistic missile tests with the Prime Minister of Japan at a Mar-a-Lago dining area in view of wealthy civilians and customers. R.I.P. His secret is now safe when you think about it. Except, no, it wasn't, because Trump did this shit all the fucking time. Number 6, in early October 2019, Trump publicly discussed American nuclear weapons in Turkey, something the U.S. officials have long avoided disclosing. And
Yeah, he's a
When the
dumbass.
president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
It's a thing called Article 2. Nobody ever mentions Article 2.
More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Our common theme is to take down the administrative state, the bureaucracy.
Preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
For the last 18 months, conservatives from every corner of the far-right establishment, from extremist think tanks to former members of the...
Or when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal.
It's a thing called Article 2. Nobody ever mentions Article 2.
More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Our common theme is to take down the administrative state, the bureaucracy.
Preparing to march into office and bring a new army of aligned, trained, and essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
Scared to just be up there.
Conservatives from every corner of the
He
far-right
thinks it's
establishment,
gonna pop out of
from
his fucking
extremist think
mic.
tanks to
The
former
devil.
members of the Trump administration to tenured academics, have been working both publicly and privately on a new project. The project's goal? To rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, uniting the conservative movement and the American people against elite rule and woke culture warriors. And the stakes are high. According to this group, if we fail, the fight for the very idea of America may be lost. Last month, this group of far-right leaders, known as Project 2025, released a 920-page manifesto titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. In it, the document's 35 different named authors, united and copyrighted by the Far-Right Heritage Foundation, lay out an explicit, comprehensive plan to completely overhaul the U.S. government from the inside out, with the ultimate goal of furthering far-right wedge issues and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Project 2025 is touted as the ultimate solution to paving the way for the next conservative administration, which they believe will take power in January 2025. While the entire project mimics the same talking points that Trump has harped on throughout his presidency and current campaign, the leaders of this project make clear that the plan is not dependent on a specific person winning the Republican nomination and ultimately the White House. Instead, it's a blueprint for the next conservative executive, whoever they may be, to push the limits of presidential power so far that they will answer to no one, wreaking havoc on the delicate balance of our 3 branches of government that have allowed us to function as a democracy for nearly 2.5 centuries. This is the conservative plan to take over the country. Roll the intro. A lot of you like to assume that lawyers universally are millionaires, and while it's true that there are quite a few millionaire lawyers, many of us are just swimming in cesspools of debt that we 30-second online debt assessment at pdsdebt.com, and the quickest rate minimum % a month on your debts to is the brainchild of the far-right think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which deserves its own entire video for all the shady shit that they've been up to over the last 40-plus years. Project 2025 is systematically building the future of the conservative movement and promoting policy objectives that would have devastating consequences not only in our government, but for every person living in this country. That might sound hyperbolic, but I'm telling you, I cover a lot of batshit stories about conservatives, and this one has me spooked as hell, y'all. Their plan to further these goals has 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is the policy, embodied in that 920-page manifesto they dropped last month. Pillar number 2 is the personnel database, described as the conservative LinkedIn. The objective of the database is to collect resumes and information for thousands and thousands of conservatives from all walks of life and industries in order to source the best candidates to pack every branch and administrative body in Washington and throughout the states. To ensure that this database of personnel and the chosen warriors who will infiltrate the government at every level are properly prepared to represent the conservative goals set forth in the policy, Project 2025 relies on pillar number 3, training. Through an online institute, Project 2025 will prepare the foot soldiers of the conservative agenda to push their policies from day one. And because they've been preparing for years, they will be ready on day 1 of the new conservative presidency thanks to pillar number 4. Pillar number 4 is the 180-day playbook, the step-by-step guide for the next conservative president to implement the policies laid out in the manifesto as quickly and systematically as possible in the first 180 days of their term. Through these 4 pillars, policy, personnel, training, and the playbook, Project 2025 aims to overhaul the entire U.S. government from the inside out, putting in place draconian policies and gutting important government agencies, all in the name of the Constitution and good, white, Christian family values. Let's take each pillar in turn, though we will be spending the bulk of our time on pillar 1, the policy, because we have 920 pages to cover, and it is the most fleshed out and horrific part of the plan so far. Project 2025 published their 920-page Mandate for Leadership policy manifesto as a free PDF on their website. I considered getting a physical copy to be able to wave around for you just to see what it looks like printed, but that would require me to give $35 to the Heritage Foundation, so digital will do. That being said, I did not, unfortunately, read 920 pages of this thing, though I don't think it's a bad idea to do so. I did, however, read the first 50 pages of the PDF, including the list of organizers, authors, the introductory note, and the foreword, to get a good flavor of what's going on. And frankly, entire books could be and have been written on some of the batshit theories and doctrines they rely on just in the introduction alone. So we have plenty to dig into. Plus, the work of journalists who have pored over the manifesto at length will help us in our dizzying tour of the policies laid out in this manifesto. So let's get into it. The policy book is divided into 5 sections. 1. Taking the reins of government. 2. The common defense. 3. The general welfare. 4. The economy. And 5. Independent regulatory agencies. The note at the beginning of the paper, authored by Project 2025 director Paul Dans, a former Trump official, lays out what's at stake. The long march of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth, weaponized against American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. The task at hand to reverse this tide and restore our republic to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and 1 chance to get it right. The language throughout the policy manifesto and the Project 2025 website is militant, clearly meant to play into the fears and the patriotic duty that far-right constituents feel so strongly, the same militant language that led to the righteous anger of the January 6th insurrection. The report starts with, "We want you." The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now a part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these pages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the incoming administration a success. And I know this, it's not explicitly about Trump, but listen, we all know that man is not reading a 920-page manifesto in the unlikely chance that he does take the White House in January 2025. Get real. But you get the vibe. This is positioned as a mandate, making readers, ostensibly the conservative foot soldiers who'll do their bidding, feel like they're in on a top secret mission, like this is some G.I. Joe mission shit, because the authors know that that is the absolute conservative wet dream and they're playing into it. The foreword includes a tidy summation of all the conservative wedge issues and talking points that have been flying around over the last few decades, all of which are addressed at length in the document. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism, with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. Overseas, a totalitarian communist dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic, cultural, and economic Cold War against America's interests, values, and people, all while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government dependence. Contemporary elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known today as the Great Awakening. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundations of our society are in peril. The foreword goes on to list the 4 broad fronts that the policy mandate will cover. Those are 1. Restore the family as the the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3. Defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. 4. Secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. And the manifesto goes on to lay out over 920 pages in 5 sections how they plan on furthering those 4 fronts. Chief among the policies promoted in the manifesto are a gutting of the administrative state and furtherance of the unitary executive theory, which we'll get into what those mean, plus anti-globalist and anti-environmentalist policies to protect from infiltration of Chinese culture into American life and continue the flourishing of American commerce, plus draconian anti-LGBTQ+ policies and a centering of religion and the traditional family unit in every aspect of governance. Yeah, it's bleak. Let's get into it. By far the scariest aspect of the policy, and the one getting the most critical commentary, is the absolutist commitment to gutting the administrative state and concentrating power into the hands of the president. The administrative state is sometimes called the 4th branch of government, and there have been debates for centuries as to whether it's constitutional. You know, all those agencies like the EPA, Social Security Agency, HUD, FEMA, the Fed, the Department of Homeland Security? Yeah, all of those governmental bodies that manage the administration of day-to-day operation of the country and promulgate regulations for everything from transportation to healthcare to food to clean water, that's the administrative state. It's not technically in the Constitution, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not constitutional. And listen, most law students take an admin law class, and I can tell you right now that shit is dry. I barely could keep my eyes open during that class, so I won't bore you with too much detail, but this issue does take on a new and much more important meaning when you learn what Project 2025 wants to do about it. So here's some Admin Law 101. Admin law governs the structure, decision processes, and behavior of administrative agencies. Those agencies are created by statute, executive order, or by state constitutions. Admin agencies are also referred to as commissions, boards, authorities, bureaus, offices, departments, divisions, etc. They're created by executive order, meaning when the president says so, or by Congress. Say Congress passes a law saying something is illegal. In that same law, they might say, we also create this new agency, and this agency is tasked with overseeing and implementing this law. For example, the Federal Food and Drug Administration was created by the Pure Food and Drugs Act of 1906 to oversee the implementation of that law. The main functions of administrative agencies are to investigate, make rules, and adjudicate. That's why there's administrative law courts. They're not state or federal courts, they're separate, less formal courts where agencies can conduct hearings and enforce the regulations that they write and promote. Those admin law rulings can be appealed up to state and federal courts, but most of the day-to-day workings of administrative agencies happen within the agencies and their courts. That doesn't mean, however, that there is zero oversight of these agencies. Like I said, rulings in the admin law courts can be appealed to state and federal courts. Congress can pass laws like the Administrative Procedure Act to rein in administrative agencies, and Congress also still controls the purse strings. The first federal admin agency was the State Department, created in 1789 when Congress was still chock-a-block full of original framers of the Constitution, I might add, which does back up claims that the administrative bodies are implied in the Constitution. The idea behind creating these agencies, instead of having Congress or the president alone in charge of implementing the laws, because it turns out it takes a lot of work to run a country, and agencies are in charge of creating a lot of regulations. Further, agencies are staffed by subject matter experts, at least in theory. So, for example, the people in the EPA have spent their careers learning about environment. Environmental policy and regulation, and are therefore much better positioned to implement a law than the lone president or congresspeople. And the Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld the constitutionality of administrative agencies and tends to give a lot of deference to their decisions because they are the subject matter experts. While Congress often creates the agencies, most of them technically fall under the purview of the executive branch, of which the president is the head, because the Constitution vests the power to faithfully execute the laws of the country in the president in Article 2. Admin agencies do just that. They execute the laws, and they oversee said execution in a way that a single executive couldn't, and also in a way that ensures extensive checks and balances over executive authority. But this is why the president typically appoints heads of all these agencies, because they're technically part of the executive branch. But while the heads of those agencies come and go with the politics of the time, the people operating under them are not tied to politics or a president and tend to make careers out of working in those agencies. This again creates a modicum of separations of powers and ensures that people with subject matter expertise are staffing these agencies. So sure, you can appoint the Attorney General as president, but you can't fire all the prosecutors who don't agree with you. I was working at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston the day that Jeff Sessions was fired, and the jubilation some of those lawyers felt, it was palpable. and they don't have to worry about losing their job because of that. Or at least not for now. Okay, so this is why administrative law is considered the fourth branch of government. It wields a lot of power. Some would say too much power, which is why Project 2025 is so dead set on gutting administrative bodies. Are we on the same page? Great. You are now more of an expert on admin law than 99% of the US population. The foreword in Project 2025's policy manifesto lays out their objections to the current state of affairs. Congress passes intentionally vague laws that delegate decision-making over a given issue to a federal agency. That agency's bureaucrats, not just unelected but seemingly unfireable, then leap at the chance to fill the vacuum created by Congress's preening cowardice. The federal government is growing larger and less constitutionally accountable, even to the president, every year. Okay, so they're saying there's too many bureaucrats and the president doesn't have enough power. It continues. The conservative promise lays out how to fire supposedly unfireable federal bureaucrats, how to shutter wasteful and corrupt bureaus and offices, how to muzzle woke propaganda at every level of government, how to restore the American people's constitutional authority over the administrative state, and how to save untold taxpayer dollars in the process. So they're basically Ron Swansoning the government, attempting to put people in places of power to dismantle federal agencies from the inside. Except it's not a fun joke about a lovable libertarian with a mustache. It has far-reaching consequences that are made all the more dire when you learn about the unitary executive theory, the theory upon which many of the Project 2025 recommendations rely. Okay, we got admin law, unitary executive theory. We are getting into some deep constitutional law principles today, my friends. And if you want even more of a primer on constitutional law, check out my free 2-week email course called Smartass Civics. Sign up to receive daily bite-sized morsels of con law delivered straight to your inbox. You'll be beating your racist Uncle Rick at arguments by Thanksgiving. Link in the description. Okay, so unitary executive theory. It's this batshit theory that has only been made up in the last few decades. In fact, we have our good old friend, Ronald fucking Reagan, to blame once again for its proliferation, because of course. The theory came to prominence during Reagan, but really put down roots during the presidency of George W. Bush. Basically, the theory rejects the idea of 3 equal branches of government put in place to ensure a rigorous system of checks and balances so no one branch becomes too powerful. Instead, the unitary executive theory says actually, inherent in Article 2 of the Constitution, the president has complete control of the executive branch. So Congress can't create all of these agencies and put power in the hands of agency heads to make decisions. That power is supposed to be concentrated in the hands of the one singular executive. Reagan's lawyers came up with the idea in order to push deregulatory efforts. Bush Jr. used it to lend validity to his exercises of power after 9/11. While Obama expressed a more modest view of presidential power initially, he too exercised authority that circumvented Congress in several policy areas, especially in the deployment of US military forces overseas. And then Trump, of course, came in and was like, hold my Big Mac, let me try this. And he frequently tested the bounds of acceptable exercise of executive power. From Muslim bans to the border to threatening sanctuary cities, he declared over and over that his authority extended to overriding congressional laws and funding authority. As one judge stated in response to Trump's threats against sanctuary cities, the separation of powers acts as a check on tyranny and the concentration of power. If the executive branch can determine policy and then use the power of the purse to mandate compliance with that policy by the state and local governments, all without authorization or even acquiescence of elected legislators, that check against tyranny is forsaken. Trump considered himself and his presidential powers not only beyond the bounds of Congress, but even beyond the bounds of judicial review, arguing that his travel ban was unreviewable by the federal courts. The judge in that case declared there is no precedent to support this claimed unreviewability, which runs contrary to the fundamental structure of our constitutional democracy. Even scholars who are in favor of wide-reaching executive power are appalled at Trump's behavior. John Yoo advocates in favor of the unitary executive theory and famously wrote a memo defending the legality of waterboarding under Bush. But he also wrote a New York Times editorial entitled "Executive Power Run Amok," saying, "Even I have grave concerns about Mr. Trump's uses of presidential power." Yikes. But it appears that Project 2025 is supporting the idea that the president should constitutionally be entitled to vast levels of control over all administrative agencies, what they do, and who runs and staffs them from the top down, and Congress should have no ability to check that executive authority. Many constitutional law scholars argue that this is beyond the bounds of the Constitution, no matter how you look at it. But the first administration of Donald Trump, whether or not there's a second, has already done the damage. As Jeffrey Crouch writes in his 2020 book on the unitary executive theory, yes, there are entire books about this, once precedents have been established for presidents to exercise expansive presidential powers with little pushback, future chief executives will be less likely to feel responsible for dialing them back. And Project 2025 is betting on just that, with its expansive overhaul of every administrative agency in the country. If he does get back in the White House, Trump has made clear that he'll finish what he started, declaring he will find and remove the radicals who have infiltrated the Federal Department of Education, and promising to demolish the deep state.
We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. And we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country.
He plans to do this in part through what's been called Schedule F, a plan that Project 2025 appears to adopt as well. In the waning days of Trump's presidency, he passed an executive order called Creating Schedule F in the...
Bro, you could tell these people anything. And they'll cheer and laugh and be like, "Oh yes, I don't know what any of those words mean, but
accepted service. This order
but I
removed
like
employment protections
it."
from career officials, those who work in government agencies in a non-political, non-appointed position, deeming them Schedule F employees who may be fired at will by the president, presumably if they don't show sufficient loyalty or execute the duties of the agency in the way the president deems necessary, effectively stripping any sort of checks or balances on the president's ability to control federal agencies from the top down. In fact, two former Trump White House aides, Johnny McEntee and Russell Vought, who were instrumental to Schedule F, are also involved in Project 2025, indicating a continuation of the policy by whatever conservative president next takes the White House. McEntee is quoted as saying, "Our current executive branch was conceived of by liberals for the purpose of promulgating liberal policies. There is no way to make the existing structure function in a conservative manner. It's not enough to get the personnel right. What's necessary is a complete system overhaul." And that is at the heart of Project 2025's plan. None of their policies and wedge issues work without gutting the administrative states and concentrating more power in the hands of the president. Of course, their goal is also to pack Congress and the courts with as many conservatives as possible, but that's less of a problem when you establish an executive with unchecked power. And through that unchecked power, the new conservative executive will be able to gut agencies and put people in place to further conservative agendas. Those include a push away from environmental protections in favor of becoming a fossil fuels industry leader, a move away from what they call globalism, including encouraging corporations to bring jobs back from overseas, and the foreword to the manifesto declares, "Those who run our so-called American corporations have bent to the will of the woke agenda and care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers." Today, nearly every top-tier U.S. university president or Wall Street hedge fund manager has more in common with a socialist European head of state than with the parents at a high school football game in Waco, Texas. Many elites' entire identity, it seems, is wrapped up in their sense of superiority over those people. But under our Constitution, they are the mere equals of the workers who shower after work instead of before. And while that passage is absolutely unhinged for many reasons, there are a few things we can agree on here. American corporations absolutely do care more for their foreign investors and organizations than their American workers and customers. And yeah, they hide behind woke language like DEI while also being awful for workers, the environment, and equality writ large. But I think conservatives genuinely think that corporations actually believe the DEI bullshit they spew, and that it's not just a way to avoid lawsuits. Like, come on guys, I thought you were a little smarter than that. Also, I would wager a bet that the framers of our
They're absolutely
Constitution, largely products of the Academy, did not consider themselves equal to laborers who showered after work. The policy also shows an outsized obsession with China, another popular conservative talking point, saying that China is a totalitarian enemy of the United States, not a strategic partner or fair competitor, and that America's elites have betrayed the American people. The solution to all of the above problems is not to tinker with this or that government program to replace this or that bureaucrat. These are problems not of technocratic efficiency, but of national sovereignty and constitutional governance. We solve them not by trimming and reshaping the leaves, but by reaping out the trees, root and branch. The report goes on to say, illegal immigration should be ended, not mitigated. The border sealed, not reprioritized. Economic engagement with China should be ended, not rethought. Our manufacturing and industrial base should be restored, not allowed to deteriorate further. Confucius Institutes, TikTok, and any other arm of Chinese propaganda and espionage should be outlawed, not merely monitored. Another area of grave concern for Project 2025 is the proliferation of LGBTQ ideas and transgenderism, suggesting draconian measures that many critics are saying would effectively criminalize LGBTQ expression. As the foreword to the manifesto says, the next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke culture warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation that exists. It goes on to say, pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians who purvey it should be classed as registered sex offenders. And telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread should be shuttered. As far as I can tell, to them pornography includes any discussion of being transgender or really discussion of sexual and gender identity, period, based on their reference to educators and public librarians who've been under attack for allowing children to check out such psychologically destructive books as And Tango Makes Three, a book about gay penguins, and Sparkle Boy, a book about a little kid who wears a tutu. But the rape and murder in the Bible is fine and definitely requires zero therapy later in life. A later chapter in the manifesto on the Department of Health and Human Services advocates that the president should direct agencies to rescind regulations interpreting sex discrimination provisions as prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, transgender status, sex characteristics, etc. This would strip protections for LGBTQ folks, as well as women, it seems, given that gender identity is listed, effectively making current regulations around sex discrimination fully obsolete. The chapter further states that the next president should require agencies to maintain a biblically based social science reinforced definition of marriage and family, meaning the next president should push to remove protections for same-sex marriage. And that's not the only reference to the Bible or the sanctity of the family in the policy document. It's 920 pages littered with references to the Bible and Christianity and the traditional family unit. The foreword declares the most important community in each of our lives and the life of the nation is the family. Today, the American family is in crisis. 40% of all children are born to unmarried mothers, including more than 70% of black children. There is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Which, first of all, that's some old school Republican language. The loud welfare queen wolf whistle of Reagan rings on into the night, I see. But also, frankly, as someone without a dad, I can confirm that actually the health insurance I had through the state as a poor recently graduated 22-year-old paid for the therapy that I needed to fill that hole. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. But that's not the point. The point is to demonize single mothers, especially black ones, and place the blame of all of society's woes on the backs of individuals who just need to work harder to maintain their traditional family units, and not on the system that leads to impoverished single mothers in the first place, like, I don't know, the mass incarceration of black fathers, for example. One of the main stated goals of the policy is securing our God-given individual rights to live freely against the woke agenda. The opening note of the manifesto states, "Today the left is threatening the tax-exempt status of churches and charities that reject woke progressivism. They will soon turn to Christian schools and clubs with the same totalitarian intent." In the chapter on COVID-19 policies, the author asks, how much risk mitigation is worth the price of shutting down churches on the holiest day of the Christian calendar and far beyond as happened in 2020? What is the proper balance of lives saved versus souls saved? And the fact that these people think that the federal government should be concerned with saving souls tells you enough about the belief system of the people who want to overrun our government. The chapter on the U.S. Department of Labor states, God ordained the Sabbath as a day of rest, and until very recently, the Judeo-Christian tradition sought to honor that mandate by moral and legal regulation of work on that day, and blames consumerism and secularism for the decline in Sabbath observance, calling on Congress to encourage communal rest by amending the Fair Labor Standards Act to require that workers be paid time and a half for hours worked on the Sabbath, which sounds kind of nice except for the whole Christian nationalism thing. The chapter on the U.S. Department of State says that special attention must be paid to challenges of religious freedom, especially the status of Middle Eastern Christians and other religious minorities, as well as the human trafficking endemic to the region. But of course we know which religious freedom they're concerned with here. In all of this, Project 2025 essentially creates a blueprint for the proliferation of a Christian nationalist agenda at every level of government. You guys, that's just one pillar of Project 2025. This 920-page manifesto is pillar number 1, but it is the most extensive because it lays out the foundation for everything to come, and how the next president should go about pushing every conservative talking point imaginable, all with the backdrop of eviscerating federal agencies and concentrating as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Pillar number 2 is the creation of a personnel database, what they're calling the conservative LinkedIn, which sounds like hell on earth, from which to pull qualified conservatives to place at every level of government. They have an application to be part of the personnel database linked on their website. So I thought, hell, maybe I'll apply. People are always telling me that I should get involved in government. They even had boxes I could check saying that I'm liberal and progressive, so it seems like maybe I'm welcome too. I just answered a few questions, and they were all interestingly worded as though they were trying to woke bait me, like, the gender wage gap is the result of prejudice and discrimination, agree or disagree? Or, the US needs nationalized healthcare, agree or disagree? I answered honestly, attached my resume, and submitted. A few minutes later, I received a confirmation email that my application had been received. We'll see what happens next. Seems like a good way to keep abreast of developments. Seems like definitely something that could easily, I don't know, be overrun with liberal and progressive applications. It would really be too bad if, like, every person who watched this video submitted an application to be added to the database. Seems like it would make their job a lot harder to find the good conservative candidates in all those applications.
Nah,
that's just like something I was thinking about.
DOS somebody.
Spitballing here, okay? I left the link to the application in the description just so that you can do your own independent research and form your own opinions. The third pillar of Project 2025 is training. According to the Project 2025 website, the Presidential Administration Academy covers topics ranging from how to identify appointee positions for which you qualify, to navigating the necessary background and security clearance processes, to recognizing and addressing the dangers of the administrative state. Potential appointees will learn the intricacies of the federal budget process, how to work with the media, managing congressional and stakeholder relations, the federal procurement process, and dozens of other topics that provide the knowledge and skills you'll need to be an effective presidential appointee. Current certificate programs offered are called Prepared to Serve, Conservative Governance 101, and Conservative Governance Advancing Policy, with more on the way. It appears that the application to take those courses is the same one to be added to the personnel database. So if you, for some reason, decided to, I don't know, submit an application and overwhelm their personnel database, maybe you would also be given access to these courses. I'm not sure. Definitely do your own research. research. The final pillar, pillar number 4, is the 180-day playbook. This appears to be yet to be written, but according to the website, the playbook would include a comprehensive, concrete transition plan for every single federal agency to implement in the first 180 days. This mirrors the plan that the Heritage Foundation gave to Reagan when he entered office, allowing him to hand off vetted conservative policy initiatives to each agency without having to do much work on his own. The Heritage Foundation, which is the creator of Project 2025, is seeking to redo what they did with Reagan, but put it on steroids. That 920-page manifesto is a good indication of the types of recommendations that they'll give to each agency. Okay, so I hope that I have sufficiently communicated the gravity of this plan. If a Republican wins the presidency in 2024, they will be handed this plan. They, of course, aren't required to do anything with it, in theory, but given that Trump and DeSantis, the two frontrunners for the nomination, are both batshit fucking off their damn rockers, it seems likely that whoever wins the nomination would wholeheartedly back most, if not all, of the policy items put forth by Project 2025. Lord knows Trump isn't going to read any of this, so he'll likely just hand it off, as is, to be implemented by people who can read good and stuff. So what do? We make extra damn fucking sure that the Republican doesn't win the election in 2024. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation, my friends. Do I want Biden? No, but he is once again the best choice that we have. You also need to vote in Democratic senators and representatives as well. You need to bring your roommates and your partners and your family members and make sure that they vote. You need to call them ahead of time and be like, hi, what's your plan for voting? You need to be thinking about this early and often. You need to be just a little bit scared. Not to be fear-mongery, but this is genuinely a terrifying prospect for our government that feels really, really imminent. Of course, any of these unilateral actions that a Republican president could theoretically take could then also be challenged in courts, but he's packed the courts, including the Supreme Court, and the result of attempting to implement all of these new policies in the first 180 days would be sheer chaos. John F. Kelly, Trump's literal chief of staff, has said it would be chaotic. It just simply would be chaotic, because he'd continually be trying to exceed his authority, but the sycophants would go along with it. It would be a non-stop gunfight with the Congress and the courts. Even if the theoretical Republican president couldn't get through all of these policy proposals, it would still create a level of chaos that could further undermine trust in the government as a whole. The good news, if you could call it that, is that Project 2025 is radical. It does not comport with how the majority of Americans feel. 71% of Americans support same-sex marriage. 85% of Americans believe abortion should be legal under at least certain circumstances, and only 13% say it should be illegal under all circumstances. 69% of Americans believe that the US should take steps to become carbon neutral by 2050. The number of adults in the US who identify as Christian has fallen by 25%
Nice.
since the 1990s.
Best stat.
For most people, Democrats,
Best
centrists,
stat
and even some
of the video.
Republicans, Project 2025 goes way too far and represents an upheaval and existential threat that is beyond what most people want to see in the US government. So my hope is that the more people who know the actual contents of the Project 2025 plan, the more people will get out and vote to make sure the hellscape it presents never comes to fruition. Sharing this video with your networks is a great place to start. If you liked this video, you might also like my video about why conservatives are obsessed with election fraud. Thank you to my Patreon supporters, including my newest patrons, and an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patrons, Anthony Giles and Brett Piontek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes content, access to my research and show notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff, consider joining me over on Patreon today. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
In January of 2023, an American Air Force general named Mike Minahan wrote a memo to his fellow officers in the Air Mobility Command that almost immediately leaked to the public. The memo warned that the United States and China were marching full steam ahead towards fighting a cataclysmic war over Taiwan very soon, with Minahan himself writing that, "My gut tells me we will fight in 2025. And alarmingly, he has also been far from the only American military figure to voice these predictions of imminently impending war. Back in 2021, Philip Davidson, at the time a 4-star admiral of the United States Navy and the commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, infamously predicted that war with China in the Taiwan Strait could end up coming by 2027, a prediction that he has continued to stick with ever since. This year in 2023, both the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, have cautioned that while war with China is neither imminent nor inevitable, China is actively seeking to acquire the capability of militarily seizing the island by no later than 2027. In April of this year in 2023, John Aquilino, another United States admiral and the current commander of the Indo-Pacific Command, plainly stated that China has engaged in, quote, the largest, fastest, most comprehensive military buildup seen since World War II. By total number of warships, the Chinese Navy has already emerged as the largest in the world in the 2020s, surpassing the total number of ships in the American Navy. China's defense spending has approached 1/3 of the defense spending in the United States and already exceeds the military budgets of Russia, India, the United Kingdom, and France all combined. And consequently, China's military capabilities have been dramatically expanding into this new role of arguably being the second most powerful military in the world. In August of 2022, the then Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, made an official state visit to the island of Taiwan, and in doing so, triggered the biggest cross-strait crisis seen in the past quarter of a century. Chinese fighter jets stormed across the so-called median line between the mainland and Taiwan, and even patrolled around Taiwan's eastern coast. Chinese ballistic missiles rocketed outwards and crashed all around the island, with a few landing within Taiwan's own territorial waters, and several more even flying directly over the island's airspace itself and crashing into the exclusive economic zone of Japan. Events that up until then had been completely unprecedented, and events that now fit into U.S. military planners' expectations surrounding the very real possibility for a full-scale Chinese invasion of the island happening sometime in the coming years. An event that could easily pull the United States into war with the other global superpower in a vast and catastrophic 21st century war for the Pacific. But why is all of this happening right now all of a sudden in the 2020s? And what is it about this island that makes it so valuable to both the United States and China? And why is it arguably the most dangerous flashpoint of the entire 21st century? For starters, China has continually claimed Taiwan as a part of its country now for the past 3/4 of a century. You see, it's far more helpful to really think of China as the Communist People's Republic of China, or the PRC, and Taiwan as the continuation government of the old Republic of China, or the ROC. The two sides fought a brutal civil war against each other for the control of all of China across the early 20th century, culminating with the eventual victory of the PRC over the Chinese mainland and the ensuing retreat of the ROC to the island of Taiwan in 1949, an island that had been annexed by the Qing dynasty of China centuries previously in 1683, then conquered and annexed by Japan in 1895, and then returned back to the ROC after World War II in 1945. Now, although the ROC's total retreat to Taiwan in 1949 marked the end of the direct shooting between both sides in the Chinese Civil War, there has to date still never been a formal peace treaty ending the Chinese Civil War between them. And so in many ways, the Chinese Civil War between both sides has remained effectively on pause now for the 74 years of history that have followed ever since, making it, in a sense, one of the contemporary world's longest-lasting frozen conflicts. The PRC has continually over all this time asserted that it is the sole legitimate government of all of China, and that the island of Taiwan constitutes an inalienable part of that China. This is referred to as the One China policy, and it is why Beijing doesn't view Taiwan as an independent country, but as a core part of China that is currently in rebellion and being led by the rogue government of the ROC. It is why the PRC refuses to have diplomatic relations with any country that recognizes the ROC as the government of China over itself. And owing to the PRC's dramatically larger population, manufacturing, and economic base, the vast majority of the world's countries have long since abandoned their formal diplomatic relations with the ROC in favor of the PRC. As of 2023, only 13 countries in the world remain who maintain formal diplomatic relations with the ROC, and most of them are very tiny ones. The largest are Guatemala, Haiti, and Paraguay. Just since 2018, the PRC has successfully managed to convince Burkina Faso, El Salvador, the Solomon Islands, Kiribati, Nicaragua, and Honduras to be the most recent countries to formally abandon the ROC diplomatically. Conversely, of course, the ROC has always officially followed the One China policy as well. The ROC officially recognizes that Taiwan is also a core and inalienable part of China in addition to the mainland. They've just historically counter-insisted that they...
I like how every time there's like a conflict like this, everybody has to be involved. The whole fucking world has to make a choice. Like, bro, there's a conflict happening here, and literally everybody is like, oh, here's my 2 cents, here's my 2 cents. But I guess I get it, because if these two nations are in a fight, it affects everybody and every team.
Nicaragua, and Honduras to be the most recent countries to formally abandon the ROC diplomatically. Conversely, of course, the ROC has always officially followed the One China policy as well. The ROC officially recognizes that Taiwan is also a core and inalienable part of China in addition to the mainland. They've just historically counter-insisted that they are the sole legitimate government of all of China and not the PRC, which means that they effectively view all of the mainland as a very large series of provinces in rebellion that are being led by the rogue government of the PRC. To a very large extent, though, much of the ROC's viewpoint on the One China policy is effectively political theater. The problem is that the ROC has to continue claiming to be the sole government of all of China, no matter how ridiculous the claim might appear, because if they ever stop claiming to be the sole government of a unified China and begin insisting on themselves being the government of only Taiwan, it could lead to the perception in Beijing that the ROC and Taiwan were abandoning the One China policy, and in so doing, effectively declaring formal independence from China, which would almost certainly immediately trigger a PRC military response to preserve the country's perceived territorial integrity. That is why the ROC has never, ever made any formal attempt to distance itself from the One China policy and seek out formal independence. And for decades, the PRC has been mostly attempting to bring Taiwan under its authority through diplomatic means. Chairman Mao once famously told then US President Richard Nixon back in 1972 that the PRC could wait 100 years before it took Taiwan. But now in 2023, little more than half a century later from those words, it appears that Beijing is indeed growing increasingly impatient with this long-desired objective. For 74 long years, ever since 1949, diplomacy and what Beijing refers to as peaceful reunification have not worked, and the status quo has remained. Now, the PRC's demographic and economic outlook beyond the 2020s look down. Beijing knows that after 2030, its demographics and economy will begin getting worse and worse with every passing year. And so it knows that the option of taking Taiwan militarily through force will be easy after 2030. Its demographics and economy will begin getting worse to as peaceful reunification have not worked, and the status quo has remained. Now, the PRC's demographic and economic outlook beyond the 2020s look in doubt. Beijing knows
that is most likely a fucking lie. guy. This guy's fucking. Oh, this motherfucker. He's a little bit like anti-China.
Then after 2030, its demographics and economy will begin getting worse and worse with every passing year. And so it knows that the option of taking Taiwan militarily through force will be easier within this decade than the next one, while they are relatively stronger now. The PRC has made it abundantly clear that they have never and will never renounce the right to one day use force to bring Taiwan under its control. In order to try and deny the PRC from ever being able to use that option of force, the United States and Taiwan alike have been increasingly preparing themselves across the Pacific for a war with the other rising global superpower that they do not want. Because if it happens, it will completely upend our entire world as we know it, and nothing you know will ever be the same again. Taiwan itself has well understood the precarious geopolitical situation that it has found itself in now for decades, with an increasingly aggressive PRC opposite of them in the mainland, and ever...
The fucking US thinks you can fight and just kick China's ass, just like, oh, look at us, we are dead wrong, bro. I think we won't, I think we lose. Low-key, I want to lose. Fuck the US.
Dwindling diplomatic relations and support abroad. So they've adopted three very different overarching strategies that all connect together to, hopefully, from their perspective, deter the PRC from ever attempting an invasion in the first place. The first of these Taiwanese strategies has already been briefly touched upon, and it's their diplomatic strategy, both with the PRC on the mainland and with the rest of the outside world. By continuing to remain officially committed to the One China policy diplomatically, and by continuing to insist that it is the rightful government of all of China, including all of the mainland, the ROC on Taiwan gives Beijing the legitimacy to rightfully assert that Taiwan still truly is a part of China, that is only temporarily under the control of a rebellious government. As long as the ROC government continues to play along with this, there is still a chance, no matter how seemingly slim, of the ROC government eventually accepting Beijing's diplomacy and surrendering control and sovereignty over the island peacefully. But for decades now, this chance at peaceful diplomatic reunification between Taiwan and the mainland has been growing increasingly slimmer and slimmer. When Taiwan was returned by the Japanese to the ROC in 1945, the Chinese nationalist Kuomintang Party, or KMT, fully incorporated the island into their government, and once they retreated to the island after being defeated on the mainland by the communists, the KMT established a strict authoritarian one-party regime on the island that included a period of permanent martial law that lasted for nearly 4 decades until 1987. During that long period of time, a Chinese national identity was imposed by the KMT on all of Taiwan, and the population was forced into only being allowed to speak Mandarin. It was only after martial law was finally lifted in 1987 and the island's government transitioned to democracy that a long-suppressed regional identity on Taiwan separate from the Chinese of the mainland began to finally emerge. Shortly after the island transitioned to a democratic form of governance in 1992, a poll found that just 17.6% of the island's population identified as only Taiwanese, compared with 25.5% who identified as only Chinese and another 46.4% who identified as both. But only 3 decades later, in 2020, another poll was conducted by the National Chengchi University's Election Studies Center that found a whopping 61% of respondents identifying solely as Taiwanese, a mere 2.7% identifying as only Chinese, and 32.9% identifying as both. In general, the trend on the island is that the younger generations born after the lifting of martial law and total KMT rule in 1987 tend to identify more with Taiwan, while the older generations still tend to identify more with their Chinese identity and are more in favor of eventual reunification with the mainland. The two largest current political parties on the island are thus the old Kuomintang or KMT, which continues to emphasize Chinese nationalism, the current status quo, and eventual peaceful reunification with the mainland, and the Democratic Progressive Party or DPP, which very notably counter-emphasizes Taiwanese nationalism over Chinese nationalism. And while they also support the current status quo, they are much more in favor of eventual Taiwanese statehood and independence, rather than reunification. The KMT won the first open presidential election in Taiwan and continued ruling until 1999, when they lost the first election to the rising DPP, resulting in DPP rule of the island from 1999 to 2008, and the first time in history since the Japanese surrendered control over the island that the KMT wasn't actually in power. The KMT won back the presidency again in 2008 and then again in 2012, ruling until 2016, during a period of fairly warm relations with mainland China. But the past 2 presidential elections in Taiwan in 2016 and again in 2020 have both led to victories for the DPP again, and the ascendancy of their candidate, Tsai Ing-wen, to the presidency, which have led to fears within Beijing that the chance at diplomacy is fading. To Beijing, the KMT is seen as the preferable party in Taiwan to have power because, at least to an extent, they remain committed to working out reunification with the mainland eventually under some terms. Since the DPP is more affiliated with Taiwanese nationalism and eventual Taiwanese independence and statehood, though, Beijing is openly and staunchly opposed to them. It is why, with the DPP in power, Beijing has been far more ferociously opposed to any perceived attempt within Taiwan to gain greater international recognition as a separate state, which is partially why Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island in August of 2022 triggered such a massively harsh response. response. As at the time, she was second in line of succession to the U.S. presidency, her visit represented the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit the island since the then-Speaker Newt Gingrich visited 25 years previously, back in 1997. But Gingrich's visit was back when the more pro-reunification KMT was still in power in Taiwan. Pelosi's visit came with the more pro-independence DPP in power. Her visit thus sent a clear message to Beijing, and it is why the PRC denounced the trip and carried out its unprecedented military exercises all around Taiwan within only days of her leaving. And the next presidential election in Taiwan is coming very soon, set for January 2024. Beijing hopes that the election will result in the KMT returning back to power again, which will continue giving their hope of peaceful, diplomatic reunification alive. But if the DPP wins again and is set to rule the island for at least another 4 years through 2028, then Beijing may conclude, wrongfully or not, that the chance at diplomacy has passed, and the only option remaining will be through war. Therefore, Taiwan's second strategy at deterring a Chinese invasion has everything to do with economics. Without any diplomatic support from the outside world that really matters, with the loss of Japan, Australia, and most of Europe in the 1970s, and even the loss of American recognition in 1979, Taiwan had to get creative with providing an incentive for outside powers to actually care enough about it to intervene on its behalf if the day ever came that China finally decided to invade. The United States intervened against Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1991, largely over concerns about how much of the global supply of oil would fall into Saddam's hands if they sat back and did nothing. But unlike Kuwait, Taiwan has virtually zero natural resources to make any outside powers care enough about who actually controls it. The island has virtually no oil, no coal, and no gas, and for decades the island's people were relatively poor, with a nominal GDP per capita estimated by the IMF at about a par with the Iranians as recently as 1989. But something that Taiwan did have was incredibly ingenuitive thinkers and forward-looking planners who crafted one of the most masterful economic defense strategies that the world has ever seen anyway. You would end up needing natural resources to make the outside world care, if you could just create your own artificial resources to make them care instead. It all began with this guy named Morris Chang, a legendary ROC businessman. Chang moved to the United States at a young age and eventually found himself working a lengthy 25-year-long career at Texas Instruments that saw him eventually overseeing the company's entire global semiconductor business. Semiconductors, or microchips, are basically a set of electronic circuits on a small flat piece of silicon. On these chips, transistors act as miniature electrical switches that can turn a current on or off. And a modern microchip the size of your fingernail can contain literally billions of these transistors that can be measured in mere nanometers of scale, smaller than even a virus. After being invented and developed in the United States, microchips steadily grew smaller, grew ever higher numbers of transistors on them, and grew more advanced to become one of the most important new resources for our modern world, powering just about everything you can think of, from computers to smartphones to digital cameras to drones to microwaves to air conditioners to cryptocurrency mining to the stock market to calculators and dozens of other applications, including, critically, military ones like guided missiles, fighter jets, and emerging artificial intelligence. U.S. companies originally dominated every facet of microchip production, from research and development to design to the creation of highly specialized tools required to manufacture them, and to the actual manufacturing process itself. But the manufacturing process of doing this, placing billions of microscopic transistors on a fingernail-sized wafer of silicon, is among the most complicated, advanced, and expensive manufacturing processes that humanity has ever developed. Billions of dollars had to be invested into fiendishly complex foundries to manufacture these microchips to the incredibly high standards that they demanded. And by the late 1980s, American companies were growing frustrated with these increasingly exorbitant costs. It was around that time, in the 1980s, that Chang decided to leave Texas Instruments, one of the leading microchip companies of the time, and come back home to the ROC in Taiwan, because he and the ROC government had come up with a bold new idea. Instead of attempting to develop their own completely separate microchip industry and compete with American companies and the United States government directly, why not instead create a brand new kind of company and business that had up until that point never existed? A company strictly focused on the expensive and laborious manufacturing side of microchips, rather than competing directly with U.S. firms on designs of microchips that could risk antagonizing the U.S. government. The new company would help American businesses by granting them the ability to outsource the prohibitively expensive and complicated microchip manufacturing processes to Taiwan instead, which would lower their overall costs and increase their profit margins, while securing Taiwan's own position as a critical component of the still emerging microchip industry. It was this guiding philosophy that led to Chang and the ROC government founding the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC, in 1986, a company that had humble beginnings that has since evolved into likely the most powerful corporation in the world that you've never heard of. From the very beginning, TSMC was a project of the Taiwanese state. 48% of the startup capital required to get the company running was put up by the ROC government, while most of the rest was literally fundraised by wealthy Taiwanese citizens who the government went around politely asking to invest in the new company. At the time, in the 1980s when it was first founded, TSMC was able to tout its lower manufacturing costs in Taiwan to convince more and more major microchip companies from across the US, Europe, and Japan to outsource some or even all of their manufacturing processes to them instead. Huge modern companies like AMD, Nvidia, Intel, IBM, Sony, Broadcom, Broadcom, Qualcomm, and especially Apple all eventually did this. Apple in particular eventually emerged in the 2010s as TSMC's largest single customer, with $17 billion paid for their chip manufacturing services in 2022 alone that power the company's desirable iPhones, Macs, and iPads. The most advanced microchips that Apple designs today, containing billions of microscopic transistors within them, can literally only be manufactured within a single building in TSMC's sprawling primary campus in Taiwan. As a result, TSMC was able to emerge as not only the largest and most valuable semiconductor company in the world, but one of the most valuable companies in the world, period. With a current market cap of more than $450 billion as of the production of this video in October of 2023, TSMC is the 14th most valuable publicly traded company in the entire world, and they manufacture tens of billions of dollars worth of microchips for the world's first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, 23rd, and 63rd largest companies and more. This is why, when including TSMC and all the other microchip foundries on the island owned by other companies, Taiwan collectively manufactures about 68% of all the microchips that are made in the world today. And even more crucially, they manufacture more than 90% of the world's most cutting-edge chips. Tiny but powerful chips that have billions of microscopic transistors that are 5 nanometers in size or smaller, approaching the widths of human DNA strands that are used for emerging quantum computing and artificial intelligence applications. Together, microchip manufacturing from TSMC and the other companies represents around 15% of Taiwan's total GDP today, and the industry raked in revenues of more than $175 billion in 2022 alone. In nominal terms, Taiwan's microchip manufacturing industry is these days larger than the entire economy of Kenya, a country with more than 53 million people. It is the industry that has most propelled Taiwan into being nearly a top 20 global economy in its own right. And it is what makes Taiwan's continued security absolutely vital to the interests of people from all around the world. The United States Department of Defense recently commissioned a study that found any disruption to Taiwan's microchip industry through either a Chinese blockade or invasion scenario would generate an estimated $2.5 trillion in losses per year to the worldwide economy. To put that financial devastation into more perspective, that amount of estimated losses per year is greater than the economies of Ukraine and Russia combined. It would eliminate 68% of the world's supply of microchips and 90% of the world's supply of the most cutting-edge microchips in an instant, and trigger a worldwide financial meltdown the likes of which have hardly ever been seen before, as the effects of the world's microchip manufacturing hub being removed from the global supply chain ripples through the companies and governments that rely on their manufacturing so much, like Apple, Nvidia, AMD, Intel, Broadcom, Sony, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and dozens of others. The ripples would then spread even further through companies that build cars, computers, cameras, and home appliances that all rely on a constant supply of microchips to keep producing them. And then the ripples would even further begin impacting the US military, who need microchips to continue building their guided missiles, fighter jets, and emerging artificial intelligence systems. All of that obviously provides a vital economic and strategic incentive to the United States military to ensure that such a catastrophe never actually happens in the first place, by doing whatever it can to deter and protect Taiwan from a looming Chinese invasion. Thus, the island's massive microchip industry is often referred to as Taiwan's silicon shield. The theory of the shield goes that the outside powers who have come to rely on Taiwan's microchip foundries so much, like the US, the EU, and Japan, will all be heavily financially incentivized to protecting those foundries from any attack coming from China, and thus be highly incentivized to defend Taiwan's sovereignty as well, even if it comes to fighting a war for it. But keeping third parties incentivized to defend Taiwan is only half of the silicon shield's protection strategy. The other half is that it simultaneously deters China from ever launching an offensive attack in the first place. Because, just like the United States, China's own technology sector has also grown to become highly dependent on Taiwan's chip foundries. Despite pouring billions of dollars into developing their own microchip industry, China has ever launching an offensive attack. Third parties incentivized to defend Taiwan is only half of the silicon shield's protection strategy. The other half is that it simultaneously deters China from ever launching an offensive attack in the first place. Because, just like the United States, China's own technology sector has also grown to become highly dependent on Taiwan's chip foundries. Despite pouring billions of dollars into developing their own microchip industry, China has so far not been capable of producing a genuine competitor. Despite having previously set a target of achieving 70% self-sufficiency in microchip production by 2025, China has so far not been capable of producing a genuine competitor. Despite having previously set a target of achieving 70% self-sufficiency in microchip production by 2025, China, as of 2023, reportedly only has a self-sufficiency closer to a paltry 16%. Up until 2022, China was still importing more than $400 billion worth of microchips a year, which in terms of dollar value was roughly twice as much oil as the country was importing. And the majority of those imported microchips were all ones that were manufactured in the foundries of Taiwan. Would China actually risk an invasion of the island that could see Taiwan's chip foundries that they so depend upon get destroyed in the process, either by the fighting itself or through intentional self-sabotage on the part of the Taiwanese? Moreover, even if China were somehow successful in seizing the island and all the chip foundries intact, would the foundries even be of any use to them afterward? In order to properly function, Taiwan's chip foundries rely on a complicated supply chain of tens of thousands of experienced Taiwanese workers, along with designs and equipment from the United States, Japan, and the Netherlands, who would most likely just cut it all off and leave China to figure out how to keep running everything on their own. To an extent, this does likely serve as a major economic deterrent to China from invading the island until they can become more self-sufficient in their own chip manufacturing. Because if they do invade before they're more self-sufficient, their economy will immediately take a major hit, and their imports of microchips they need for pretty much everything, including for their military, will all come to a crashing halt. The big question, though, is how much does China and Xi Jinping actually care about, and factor that into their calculus? Would that be enough all on its own to avert a Chinese invasion if Taiwan suddenly declared its independence? Would China instead decide that a more short-term hit to its economy would be worth sacrificing for the long-term goal of controlling Taiwan? And would it actually be enough to get the United States to risk going to war with China over? To many leaders in Taiwan, it appears that the United States has been consistently making moves in the 2020s to erode Taiwan's silicon shield away, in order to give itself more flexibility in deciding when, or even if, to intervene on Taiwan's behalf during a potential invasion scenario. After the US passed the Chips and Science Act in 2022, the Biden administration agreed to provide $52 billion in federal subsidies for global microchip manufacturing companies to build new chip foundries within the United States. America's share of global chip manufacturing had dwindled and dwindled from 37% of the total back in 1990 to only a mere 12% today, as most American companies outsource their manufacturing to Taiwan and a few other countries. But the goal of this act was to bring much of it back. Several major chip-producing companies since then have announced the construction of new chip foundries across the United States, including Intel, Samsung, Micron, and most notably TSMC themselves, who are right now actively building a new chip foundry in Arizona and investing $40 billion of their own money to do it, a situation that is highly controversial within Taiwan itself, including with Morris Chang, the now 92-year-old original founder of TSMC, who has since become one of the biggest critics of the Biden administration's plan to bring back the U.S. microchip manufacturing industry. He has accused both the United States and TSMC of hollowing out Taiwan's security by expanding chip manufacturing from beyond the island, while Taiwan's economy minister has also since declared that, quote, Taiwan's key position in semiconductors will not be shaken. If the CHIPS Act becomes successful and America returns as a major chip manufacturer again, then they would likely lose the major economic and one of the major strategic incentives for coming to Taiwan's aid during an invasion, and Taiwan's silicon shield would be pierced in the process. It is because of this fear that TSMC is not bringing their most advanced technologies to the new foundry being built in Arizona. Once it is completed and operational in 2025, it will still only be manufacturing chips that are a full generation behind the more cutting-edge foundries back in Taiwan. And perhaps even more alarmingly from Taiwan's perspective are the recent U.S. export controls being placed on China that are also related to microchips. In October of 2022, the U.S. introduced these series of export controls that restricted China's ability to buy or manufacture their own higher-end chips. The U.S. government has since even asserted an extraterritorial jurisdiction over these controls that restrict even non-American companies from helping China buy or manufacture high-end chips with products if those products contain U.S. origin technology. In regards to Taiwan's security, TSMC and all the other chip manufacturing companies on the island obviously rely very heavily on U.S. technology, designs, and equipment in their manufacturing process, meaning that the new U.S. export control laws can enable the U.S. to restrict Taiwan from providing cutting-edge chips they manufacture to China. And if they do that, and the more Chinese companies end up losing access to more higher-end chip production in Taiwan, the less they will end up being dependent on Taiwan for sourcing their chips, and the smaller the economic deterrent becomes that's currently protecting the island from an invasion. After all, what would China have to financially lose from an invasion of Taiwan if they weren't relying on any chip imports from the island anyway? The chip foundries on the island could all end up getting destroyed during the fighting, and it wouldn't even make any material difference to China under that scenario. Thus, America's recent policies of dramatically expanding chip manufacturing at home while simultaneously restricting China's access to chips from Taiwan and elsewhere is, from many in Taiwan's viewpoint, severely undermining their silicon shield strategy by eroding the economic incentive of Washington to halt an invasion while simultaneously eroding the economic deterrent of Beijing from choosing to invade. But either way, China will still have to contend with Taiwan's third strategy of deterring an invasion from ever happening, which is possibly their greatest one of all: military deterrence, and transforming themselves into a bristling porcupine that would simply be too painful for China to ever attempt at swallowing. If the day ever comes that Beijing does decide to invade, Taiwan's military planners are aware that in order to have any hope of success, the PRC will have to organize and launch the largest amphibious invasion in human history, since at least the Normandy landings of D-Day in 1944. The PRC will have to spend time assembling a massive invasion force, numbering anywhere between 300,000 and 1 million soldiers, along with all of their equipment and along with an armada of hundreds of transport ships, all concentrated on the western side of the Taiwan Strait. Activities that will all be blatantly obvious to U.S. satellites operating above. Just as American intelligence began warning about an imminent Russian invasion of Ukraine in the months leading up to the actual invasion, American intelligence would likely do the same for serious Chinese preparations of a Taiwan invasion. But a hypothetical PRC invasion of Taiwan, regardless of Taiwan's own preparedness, will be orders of magnitude more challenging than Russia's invasion of Ukraine was. And Russia's invasion hasn't even gone well. Russia was able to mass troops directly along thousands of kilometers worth of Ukraine's borders and transport those troops and their accompanying tanks, artillery, fuel, and ammunition all directly to the borders of Ukraine with railroads. Taiwan is separated from the Chinese mainland by about 130 kilometers of open ocean across the Taiwan Strait at the narrowest point that China's invasion fleet will have to travel across. The seas within the strait are usually rough throughout most of the year, and they are only at their calmest for limited windows of time in the spring and autumn, which limits the climatically ideal opportunities for a military invasion to take place. Once the invasion fleet is advancing across the strait, they will be further vulnerable to Taiwanese missiles and air assaults. And then, once they even get across the strait, there are very limited beaches on Taiwan that the People's Liberation Army could possibly choose to even assault. It's generally believed that there are only 14 possible beaches on the island that are considered suitable enough to launch an amphibious D-Day style assault on. And this becomes more apparent when you take a closer look at Taiwan's geography and topography. The island is dominated by a series of huge, towering mountains that run across the entire interior and which roughly separate the island into two separate halves. A larger, wider coastal plain in the west of the island facing the Chinese mainland, and a smaller, narrower coastal plain in the east of the island facing into the open Pacific. All 14 of the possible beachhead landing sites have already been extensively fortified by the ROC military, and People's Liberation Army troops and Marines assaulting them could expect to face heavy artillery, missile and machine gun fire upon their arrivals. Moreover, according to some People's Liberation Army texts, it is believed that at least some of these beaches have a series of underwater pipelines that connect from the interior to just off of the beaches themselves, that the defending ROC have engineered to pump flammable liquid through that can be ignited in order to completely torch the beaches and deny them from being landed at under an emergency invasion scenario, limiting China's invasion options even further. The eastern side of Taiwan is more mountainous, more rugged, and it faces away from the Chinese mainland, meaning the Taiwanese military planners have long assumed that it would be the safest part of the island during an invasion scenario coming from China, who would more than likely concentrate the bulk of their invasion force to the geographically easier to assault western side. This is why ROC commanders have long believed that during an invasion, the relatively safer eastern side will be used as their primary rear base to support the bigger fight raging across the wider and more open plains exposed in the west immediately facing China, with more potential beach landing sites. Thus, the east of the island is where most of the ROC's air bases are all located, with hangars for aircraft that have been carved deep into the mountainside to protect them from Chinese missiles, being able to blow them up before they have a chance to get into the air and sink Chinese invasion ships traveling across the strait. As the fight is presumably raging in the west, the east of the island is supposed to function as the primary center for ROC forces to refuel, rearm, and coordinate the fight in the west. And if the beaches begin to fall and the PLA begins advancing from them into the bigger cities on the island like Taipei, then armed Taiwanese insurgents can retreat deeper into the mountains of the interior and continue on waging an asymmetric guerrilla war to continue the fight until outside help, presumably from the United States, eventually arrives to turn the tide. And the eastern side of the island, geographically separated from the most heavy fighting that will be going on in the west, is the most ideal location for allied troops like Americans and potentially Japanese to arrive at and assist the fight from. The east of Taiwan is thus the most critical part of the island to hold, and it represents the ROC's final line of defense. And if it falls, then most hope for a free Taiwan will be lost as well. Getting to that point will undoubtedly be very, very costly for China. But just as Taiwan's geography as a mountainous island makes it a very difficult target to invade from the outside, it also makes it a very difficult place to support from the outside as well. This is yet another enormous difference between the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the hypothetical Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Since the Russian invasion, the West has been able to easily support the Ukrainian war effort by sending tens of billions of dollars worth of military hardware and equipment on trains through NATO states directly overland to Ukraine's own borders, where they can simply pick the equipment up and then carry them the rest of the way to the front line. But as an island without any land borders, Taiwan will never have this luxury. During a full-scale invasion scenario, the island could easily be suffering beneath a total Chinese naval blockade, involving Chinese ships and submarines directly, and probably Chinese missiles and aircraft attacking incoming foreign ships or planes trying to get supplies in as well. Moreover, Taiwan's ports and airfields could also be destroyed or damaged by the heavy fighting, which would reduce the island's ability to take in supplies that cannot possibly come in any other way than through ports and airfields. Getting the required military hardware into Taiwan after the invasion has already happened could prove to simply be too late. And so the island is attempting to get everything in that it needs now. As the war in Ukraine has evolved with time, Ukraine's greatest successes at defeating the Russians have been shown through asymmetric military capabilities. Small groups of Ukrainian fighters armed with drones and portable anti-tank and anti-air weapons have proven to be highly capable of pushing back against larger, more well-armed Russian forces with heavier weapons. At the same time, large-scale conventional Ukrainian counteroffensives using heavy equipment like tanks and artillery have proven to be less successful. Based on this experience, Taiwan's military planners are wanting more smaller weapons like drones and easily portable anti-ship, anti-air, and anti-tank weapons that individual soldiers can carry with them, like the Stinger, the Javelin, and the NLAW. Battle-tested against a conventionally superior opponent in Ukraine, these smaller weapon systems also provide another military purpose to benefit Taiwan. They don't make it appear that Taiwan is arming itself too aggressively. Were Beijing to feel that Taiwan was arming itself too much with heavier weapons like tanks, fighters, guided missiles, or submarines, it might tilt their calculus that Taiwan was arming itself and preparing itself too quickly, and might eventually grow into too tough of a nut to crack in the future, further incentivizing Beijing to hasten its invasion plans for sooner rather than later. Taiwan's ultimate Achilles heel, however, that could ultimately doom it during an invasion, is its critical overdependence on imported energy. As mentioned a while back in this video, and I forgive you if you forgot by this point, Taiwan has virtually zero natural resources of their own, and as a consequence, they don't have any possible way to completely power themselves. An overwhelming 97% of all the energy consumed on the island is imported in from abroad, largely in the form of oil, gas, and coal. In 2022, 42% of Taiwan's electricity production was generated through imported coal. Another 38% was produced through imported liquefied natural gas, or LNG. Another 8% came from domestic nuclear power, while only the remaining 12% came from other domestic renewable sources. That is 80% of Taiwan's electricity that comes from imported coal and LNG coming in on container ships. And virtually all of Taiwan's oil powering the island's vehicles, tanks, and planes come in the same way. All of these sea lanes coming into Taiwan will be vulnerable to Chinese interception from ships, submarines, missiles, and aircraft in the event of a conflict. And even worse, the Taiwanese government is artificially removing even more of its domestic energy inputs because, just as Germany did following the 2011 Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster in Japan, Taiwan pledged to phase out all of their own nuclear power plants as well by no later than 2025. There is an argument that nuclear power plants are vulnerabilities during wartime, as has been showcased by the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine that has frequently been feared to be on the brink of a meltdown almost ever since the Russians invaded the country. Active nuclear power plants in Taiwan under attack during an invasion scenario could prove to be similar vulnerabilities, and potentially disasters waiting to happen. But at the same time, once nuclear power is fully phased out on the island soon, the 8% share of the island's electricity that was being generated by nuclear will have to be replaced by either increasing maritime imports of coal and LNG, which will be further vulnerable during an invasion scenario, or increased domestically produced renewables like wind. Adding offshore wind farms around Taiwan are an option, but they pose challenges to national security as well. The windiest locations around Taiwan are a small section of ocean just to the south of the island or within the Taiwan Strait itself, facing the Chinese mainland. Wind farms built here are ideal from a wind potential perspective, but are terrible from a national security perspective, as Chinese ballistic missiles could destroy the wind turbines rising above the sea, while Chinese submarines could sever their transmission cables carrying electricity back to the Taiwanese mainland. This means that Taiwan won't really have any easy solutions to its energy problem in the event of a blockade or a war, short of outside international support. It has been estimated that Taiwan only has enough stockpiles of coal to last for 39 days, and only enough natural gas to last for 11 days. If the island comes under a Chinese blockade, Taiwan's ability to power itself will run out extremely quickly, which is very bad news for Taiwan's incredibly valuable microchip manufacturing industry. Taiwan's giant corporation, TSMC, the masters of global chip manufacturing, currently all on its own, consumes more than 6% of all of Taiwan's energy. And as the company continues to reinvest into itself and pursue even more advanced chip manufacturing capabilities to maintain Taiwan's silicon shield, its share of Taiwan's energy consumption is only expected to continue growing. During an emergency energy shortage resulting from a blockade or invasion scenario, Taiwan will have to make a series of extremely difficult decisions. Will TSMC and the other chip foundries continue receiving the large amount of energy they need to continue doing business and keeping the silicon shield alive at the expense of the energy needs of the island's citizens? Taiwan is fully aware that it is ultimately still a David versus a Goliath in this potential upcoming invasion scenario. China's population is orders of magnitude larger than its own, and faced with the constant risk of an invasion from China, the ROC government of Taiwan has long maintained a policy of mandatory military conscription for all men in the country to boost the size of its military. But ever since 2013, that compulsory military conscription for Taiwanese men was limited to only 4 months, as the ROC was trying to transition towards an all-volunteer armed forces. But now in the 2020s, faced with rapidly deteriorating relations with China and the increased risks of an invasion, the island's DPP president, Tsai Ing-wen, took what she called the immensely difficult decision to raise the length of compulsory military service for men in Taiwan back to 1 full year again, which will go into force in January of 2024. Doing so will hopefully raise the ROC's standing armed forces of about 215,000 personnel today in 2023, compared with the more than 2 million active duty personnel in the armed forces of the PRC on the other side of the strait. If the day ever comes when China's invasion fleet launches outward, then the ROC also has about another 2.3 million men in its reserves that it can summon up after ordering a general mobilization. But that still might not be enough to fully withstand the entire fury of the massive PRC and the People's Liberation Army Navy, which in terms of total numbers of ships is the largest fleet in the world now. Taiwan's planners know that outside help will be needed for their best chance at surviving the onslaught. But if it doesn't end up coming for whatever reason or arrives too late, then Taiwan does have an insane, last-ditch ace up their sleeve to pull from to try and fully deter China from ever invading on their own. This is the final, mostly unknown, and fourth way that Taiwan will try and deter the Chinese from invading without any outside help: mutually assured destruction without acquiring nuclear weapons. Taiwan almost certainly has the knowledge and the skills to build a nuclear device on their own and attach it to a missile that could impact Chinese cities. But doing that would almost certainly immediately provoke the PRC into launching a full-scale invasion of the island, because the only reason why Taiwan would acquire nukes would be to aggressively assert their independence from China. But Taiwan doesn't need to acquire nukes and provoke the PRC that way, because of their less well-known and current capability to already, potentially, generate mass destruction in China anyway. They can fire conventional cruise missiles targeting including the Three Gorges Dam in China's Hubei province. The Three Gorges Dam is the largest power station and the largest hydroelectric project in the world, built across the mighty Yangtze River, the third longest river in the world after the Nile and the Amazon. It holds behind it a water reservoir that is 40 cubic kilometers in volume, and so its hypothetical destruction would unleash the biggest and most catastrophic flood that has ever been seen in human history. The entire lower Yangtze Valley would be buried beneath this apocalyptic surge of water, virtually wiping out several major downstream Chinese cities like Wuhan, Nanjing, and Shanghai. Millions of civilians would almost certainly die from the disaster, potentially even tens of millions, and untold economic damage would be inflicted. Such an attack from the ROC, if successful, would almost certainly trigger a retaliatory nuclear strike on Taiwan from Beijing, and inevitably result in the ROC's complete and utter destruction. It is a completely unhinged, insane plan that is not even official policy in Taiwan at all, but it has still been discussed amongst many of Taiwan's military planners as a way to ensure mutually assured destruction with the PRC without taking the more provocative step of acquiring nuclear weapons. To those Taiwanese military planners, the goal is to never use this option in the first place, but to threaten it against China as a credible capability and deterrent to dissuade China from ever attempting an invasion. But it's also not even really clear if it would actually work. Taiwan would likely only have limited numbers of cruise missiles to spare during a wartime scenario, and fewer still that would have the range to penetrate more than 1,200 kilometers away, deep into the center of China to strike the dam. The missiles would have to deal with the PRC's air defenses all along the way, and even more air defenses that would likely be placed immediately around the dam itself. And some analysts think that mere cruise missiles could do nothing to actually destroy the Three Gorges Dam, which is essentially just a mountain of concrete. Even hundreds of cruise missiles striking the dam might not end up being enough to actually destroy it, and cause the apocalyptic flood downstream. But it doesn't even really have to work. Even if there is just the remotest chance that it might work, it's a fear that the PRC's military planners still have to think about and prepare for when considering an invasion of Taiwan. Still, in order to ensure that it never reaches that doomsday scenario in the first place, every other one of Taiwan's potential deterrents leading up to it would have to fail first. Diplomacy would have to fail, the Silicon Shield would have to fail, the Porcupine military defense strategy would have to fail, and outside help would have to fail to actually arrive and turn the tide. Meanwhile, America and China are busy actively positioning themselves in their own ways to fight this coming war that may or may not actually
tall
arrive,
like that?
and the preparations are extending deep into the internet. American websites like Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Wikipedia, Reddit, and dozens of others have
Who the fuck is happy?
help would have to fail to actually arrive and turn the tide. Meanwhile, America and China are busy actively positioning themselves in their own ways to fight this coming war that may or may not actually arrive, and the preparations are extending deep into the internet. American websites like Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Wikipedia, Reddit.
What? Google? YouTube?
And dozens of others have been blocked in China for years. But now, popular Chinese websites and apps like TikTok are beginning to be similarly blocked in the United States as well. Earlier this year, in May of 2023, Montana became the first U.S. state to pass legislation banning TikTok everywhere on all personal devices within the state. A ban set to take effect in January of 2024 that will block access to TikTok for all of the state's 1.1 million residents. More states could end up following Montana's decision, and there are many representatives and senators who would like to see TikTok banned outright nationwide. It's already been banned for government employees on government-issued devices in 34 U.S. states plus New York City, while dozens of university campuses across the country block TikTok on their campus Wi-Fi and university-owned computers. The internet should be exactly the same no matter where you are, but that's simply not the case, even if you're living in a place like the US, Europe, Canada, or Australia. Pretty much everywhere, there's an increasing number of censorship firewalls, legislation like in Montana, limiting where you can access what, and different versions of websites with different prices depending on the country or the state you're in. This is most apparent when it comes to booking flights, hotels, and holidays. Companies will use cookies to adapt their services offered to you, like increasing the prices for things when you return to their website in the hope that you'll impulsively make a purchase out of fear of the price rising again. Sometimes airlines and hotels will offer cheaper ticket prices to people in their own home country, while alternatively, they may also spike prices if interest from the same country suddenly increases all at once, like during specific holidays in the US or UK that aren't holidays somewhere else. Companies will also adjust their prices based on the user's country because they assume that someone from a wealthier country like the US, UK, or Canada will be able to afford to pay higher prices. And this is where using a VPN like today's sponsor NordVPN can come in handy and literally save you thousands and
Imagine you're
Vladimir 21. I think we hold off on these. Fuck, I'm already tired like a bitch. Hey, I'm alive. I am alive.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. A plane that was taking off from Mexico was sprayed down after a swarm of mosquitoes took over.
the fuck? Bro, what? What? Gross.
This poor guy was distracted by this drone and lost his phone.
Oh my gosh. Is it in the river?
This teacher asked his students if he could work out while they were taking a test, and everyone said yes.
I'm taking a test right now, bro.
So this was pretty lucky.
Oh. Bro. Oh my lord. What the fuck?
This guy had
Dumbass
trouble
cat.
focusing with the Las Vegas sphere staring at him.
What the?
Alright!
What the?
This little guy just learned what Halloween is.
You say trick or treat. And guess what they do? Guess what they do? They give you candy.
What are you doing?
Some farmers use lasers to scare away birds. It does not harm or touch the birds, and it works during the day and night to scare them away. It doesn't target birds, but goes in a designated pattern to protect the crops.
What?
I see how it is.
Goats.
For some reason, his lady has a really bouncy sweater.
Goats are fucking cool. What the?
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed,
Ooh.
and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Nah. What haven't I seen?
Hello everyone, this is...
Hold on, bro. I gotta take a piss.
Your daily dose of internet. This guy pranked his brother using a chubby filter.
Hey, wish grandma a happy birthday. Bro, say it.
You got a filter?
Like, this is how people see you in real life.
Oh, it's so fuzzy.
You didn't wait for him. Oh!
She was upset with her dad because he refused to put on a seatbelt.
I told y'all do seatbelts.
She used a hot dog and ketchup to make her boyfriend She used a hot dog and ketchup to make her She used a hot dog and ketchup to make her boyfriend think she cut off her finger.
Come here! Hurry! Hurry!
Oh, you're pissed.
Yep, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, son of a Pop-Tart!
Oh, thank you.
Sir, you know I can find the hoppity patum? The poopity patum? You ever find the hoppity patum?
I think most people forgot how awkward online classes were in 2020.
I mostly like clean.
Fuck, I was muted.
Because I like to be organized.
Well, I'm gonna bring you to my house. Just kidding.
Wait, what?
Huh?
He said, wait, what?
These people found a badger in the woods.
Nah, fuck that. People are fucking crazy, bro. What the?
Italy needs to have really skinny ambulances to fit through the narrow
What
roads.
the fuck? Huh?
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person had a nose piercing put in, but then suddenly fainted. She said she was fine and wasn't sure why it happened. Fainting after getting a body piercing is actually a very common occurrence.
I think people faint because they're scared as fuck, and then you kind of hold your breath and shit. You're like, what the? That's just her body trying to wake up. Like, hey, yo, what? Yeah, he fell asleep. Jesus.
These people had to get their car fixed because it turned into a snapping
I've seen
turtle.
What the shit? He good?
This fish at a pet store kept trying to hide.
What? He's alive! That's a person in a fish's butt. Oh, what was I just saying about that one?
All you do is grab the candy. Come on. Girls, grab your candy!
Did you know that the moon looks different depending on where you are on Earth? If you live in the southern hemisphere, you will see a flipped upside down version of the moon.
Flat Earth.
I'm on a smart paddleboard right now. Watch this. Hey, Maddle, what is your current air pressure?
The current air pressure is 16.5 psi.
Play me a song.
What the?
Okay, what would you like to listen to?
Fall in Love by 76th Street.
Okay, playing Fall in Love by 76th Street.
So this is a little messed up. One of my subscribers made a robot that knows how to unplug itself.
It's gonna really hurt, actually. It'll be worth it.
What the shit? You're supposed to go in there with your clothes.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Bree.
His forces expelled 750,000 Palestinians from their homes and then shot at anyone who tried to return their homes is just so grotesque and disingenuous. It's just a classic case of victim blaming, and you're completely in a minute he just breezes right by it, but he just completely ignores what actually happened in 48, which was 800 Palestinians were massacred.
It's not even 1948. The expulsions had started before 1948. Before the expulsions happened under British watch. The start of the expulsions happened under British watch. The idea that this is, happening in 1948 is ridiculous. There are first-hand accounts from British police that were there, documenting the back and forth fighting, where once again, a tale as old as time itself. The Jewish militants were the Zionist militants were significantly more powerful than the Arab militias were, which were almost always in a defensive posture in general.
Fucking back.
The other thing to point out about the partition plan, and I think you already mentioned this, but the partition plan gave, I believe, it gave most of the country was given to the Jews, even though they only constituted, I believe, 33% of the population of Palestine at the time. And the only reason they were
I want to move to Thailand, bro. I'm gonna move to Thailand.
Gracias.
I love that this city is
Gracias.
I love that this city is so teeming with life. It's almost overflowing. There's action, there's music, there's color, there's noise. Mexico City is a three-ring circus, and I love it.
It's a cliche for New York to be called the city that never sleeps, but Mexico City never sleeps.
I feel that I'm constantly expanding, not only learning the language, but learning a new way of living.
Es una ciudad dura también, es una ciudad a veces violenta, pero es mi ciudad y yo estoy enamorado de la Ciudad de México.
I think I have ultimately achieved the American dream outside the U.S.
I think that in Mexico you feel free.
For me, that is the Mexican dream, just to be you, just to be happy.
Many Americans are flocking to Mexico City to chase after this dream.
I would totally live there if there wasn't fucking earthquakes. Like, twice a year, probably. Fuck that, bro.
In the span of the last century, Mexico City's population increased tenfold. Compare that to New York City and LA. Mexico City is currently the largest city in North America, home to over 9 million people and a greater area population of about 22 million. With the rise of remote work during the pandemic, many Americans had the opportunity to work abroad. In 2022, more Americans visited Mexico by air than those from any other country. That same year, just over 30,000 Americans applied for or renewed residency visas in the country, nearly double the number of visas from 2019. Many digital nomads come in on tourist visas, so the real number of people calling Mexico City home, even temporarily, is likely higher. It is impossible to know how many Americans are currently living in Mexico City. But between the weather, proximity to the US, and affordable prices, an increasing number of remote workers are congregating here. This is Kyla, one of the many Americans who calls Mexico City home. She moved here permanently in 2019.
So I fell in love with Mexico City and I've wanted to live here for years. And then I met my Mexican boyfriend.
Short King.
De un cochinita y un chilorio para mí, un cochinita y un chorizo para él. Muchas gracias. Sin hormonas, hormone free.
I grew up here and I don't know, I guess it's changing. I like personally having like a diverse city. I feel like there's more positive than negative.
Despite the digital nomad craze, there are many Americans taking a different route and settling in to create a life in the city long term.
This is a city of 20 million people and somehow it feels like a small town. The real richness of living here is how communal it is, how easy it is to know your neighbors. Muchas gracias. There's always been Americans from the States living in Mexico. The problem is the lack of assimilation. So are we learning the language? Are we making local friends? Are we making an effort to be part of the local fabric? So if you're gonna come here, make an effort to be here. It is hard to be an immigrant, you know, living outside of my native language, but I feel like the quality of life and my community and the friends that I have makes it worth it.
Mexico City. Here, for many centuries, people have come to meet, work, and live.
Los americanos han estado viniendo a la Ciudad de México desde hace muchos años.
This is Guillermo, a journalist who has lived much of his life in the most central parts of the city.
En el siglo XX hubo sin duda una primera oleada de americanos en los años 20 y 30. Hay que recordar que en ese momento estaba Frida Kahlo, Diego Rivera, muchos pintores, fotógrafos estadounidenses vinieron a la Ciudad de México. Y así durante varias décadas había siempre una presencia de americanos en la Ciudad de México, pero el cambio se dio justo con la pandemia, que comenzamos a ver que las calles de la colonia Roma y la colonia Condesa se comenzaban a llenar de un nuevo tipo de visitante.
These neighborhoods are the heart of gentrification in Mexico City today.
Gentrification.
So at the moment we're walking around Condesa neighborhood and we're going straight to Roma Norte.
This is Leticia, a local architect with a focus on urban communities.
This neighborhood and Roma Norte is where we see the concentration of tourists, people that are coming to live temporarily here in Mexico or permanent. They establish here and they usually don't go out that much. So this sometimes can be a little bit like Mexican Disneyland.
So Roma and Condesa, there's a lot of people who make fun. They're like, we need a visa now to go to those neighborhoods. People saying like, oh, now dogs speak English.
Los barrios Roma Condesa no eran unos barrios populares, eran unos barrios de clase media que de hecho se habían despoblado después del temblor de 1985.
The digging continues, the death toll rises. More than 250 buildings in Mexico City have been reduced to rubble.
Y que habían sido repoblados por los jóvenes de mi generación que llegaron a esta parte de la ciudad a ocupar apartamentos muy amplios a unos precios ridículos. Y me tuve que mudar de aquí por el temblor de 19 de septiembre de 2017 porque el edificio quedó sumamente dañado y muchos de los habitantes de aquí pensamos que no era seguro seguir viviendo y nos mudamos a otras partes de la ciudad. Pero bueno, me tocó mirar esta primera gentrificación de la ciudad. Lo que estamos viviendo es una segunda ola de gentrificación.
When the pandemic hit in 2020, Mexico kept its borders open to American tourists. This allowed remote workers from the U.S. to enter the country freely on tourist visas for up to 6 months. Americans can also apply for a temporary residency visa that allows them to work remotely in the country for up to 4 years.
Damn, just got kicked up.
The amount of peace and ease that I have in this life, I would not trade that for a world. Not more money, not more stuff, none of those things.
Adelia first lived in Mexico City in 2017, and by 2020, she decided to move here permanently.
Since moving abroad, the thing in my life that has changed the most is how I think about work and how I think about leisure. Here in Mexico City, things are just a lot more laid back than in the US. I am no longer in a rush to do anything. Life is so much less about doing things out of concern or fear for what I might miss out on or what might happen. And it's more about going with the flow, taking things as they come, and really getting to live in the moment.
She was a public school teacher in Texas for nearly 20 years, teaching social studies, geography, and history.
The American dream is a sham. I had the house, the cars, the kids. I did all of that, but even achieving those things, it still seemed like it wasn't enough. I was cratering under the weight of all of the expectations that were on me as a teacher. I wanted to live a life where I wasn't in constant fear of being bankrupted by medical debt. Here in Mexico, I worry less about money, and it's not a factor of I have more of it, because I don't. It is more of the way the system is set up that I've got more options than I did in the US if things were to go south financially.
Across Mexico, there is great wealth disparity and inequality. In Mexico City, the top 10% of earners make 13 times more than the bottom 10%. The top 10% of households with the highest income make, on average, about $65,000 on an annual basis, while the average salary in Mexico City is about $20,000. Compare that to the New York City metro area, where the average salary is close to $80,000 a year.
I try to be mindful of how I move, economically speaking, because I am cognizant of the fact of what wages are here.
Sometimes gringos, we come to Mexico and we think it's so cheap or it's so affordable, which yeah, maybe it is affordable because we have the dollar, but to Mexicans, it's not cheap.
The strength of the dollar against the peso further helps Americans achieve the quality of life they've been searching for.
La mayor parte de la migración mexicana en los Estados Unidos es una migración por sobrevivencia. Es gente que va buscando mejores oportunidades de vida y que están dispuestos a arriesgar un trayecto que es sumamente peligroso para llegar a los Estados Unidos. Cuando los norteamericanos vienen a México, sobre todo a la Ciudad de México, no vienen por razones de sobrevivencia, vienen porque hay una mayor flexibilidad laboral, porque hay una distinción de precios entre México y Estados Unidos, que es mucho más barato, y sus dólares lucen más, pueden gastar más.
If you see at the back, it's like full of laptops and just people working and having a cafe. It's a weird dynamic. Like, since we've been here, everyone that's come to the counter only speaks English. If you go out there, there's only one table that are speaking Spanish. Then you start to see again, Mexicans behind the counter doing all the work and preparing the meals and serving the white people.
What the fuck?
But for Black Americans, leaving the US affords a deeper sense of safety.
I've gained a lot of safety and security. I don't fear for my life.
However, Mexico suffers from high rates of violent crime, and homicide rates are nearly 4 times those in the US. Additionally, it's estimated that 90% of crimes are never reported.
Even though there is colorism here and Mexicans have their own problems in terms of racial dynamics, here I feel more comfortable. I would say that the history of the United States is so steeped in negativity and racism. Seeing a person publicly executed over and over and over and over again while we're trapped at home really changed my thinking and the thinking of a lot of people.
It feels weird to say that I feel safer in Mexico City than I do in the US. The US is a hard place to live.
Tiara moved to Mexico City in 2021 as a remote worker.
I loved it so much here that I decided to stay and got residency.
After about 9 months of living in the city, she was laid off from her job.
I decided to finally take the plunge into owning a restaurant.
Thank you for coming out to the first annual Juneteenth celebration.
You want a copy?
Tiara opened a soul food restaurant in January 2023.
So Black, Mexican, and kitchen in Spanish, and you put that all together and you have Black Cocina.
Nice. Oh my god.
So everybody's happy. Some aren't because of the economic problems.
Bro, soul food made by Mexicans with Mexican ingredients? Oh my god.
The food is amazing.
I gotta go.
We use this bell when we close a deal for renting or sell a house. And this is for good luck for Jenny and me. This is going to be a good year for us.
This is also Leticia, a local real estate agent who sees newcomers with deeper pockets as an opportunity.
Everybody wants to move here. I think that is very good for me because I have a better salary here. I think that is a good opportunity. So I told the locals, why don't you try to learn English?
Hey, good morning, lady. How are you doing?
You just see the good side of this and not the bad experience here. Es un departamento que vamos a mostrar. Okay, this apartment is an exterior apartment. This is the living and dining room. And it's in Colonia Narvarte. I think that is a good opportunity to rent. This is the bedroom. And here is the bathroom. Has a lot of light. And you have everything for your dishes. $500 per month, plus utilities, water and light.
The average cost of a 2-bedroom rental in the city is about $880 a month. This is in stark contrast to major American cities. In LA, the average rent is about $4,300. In New York, it has soared over $5,000. However, since 2020, rent in one of the trendiest neighborhoods in Mexico City has risen nearly 60%. Additionally, over 50% of respondents in a recent survey reported facing problems paying their rent or mortgage in the city.
I think that the government is starting to see that a lot of foreigners coming too, so they need to put the rules for the owners so they will be affordable for the locals too.
The government? What the fuck did she say?
So they will be affordable
rent or mortgage in the city.
I think that the government is starting to see that a lot of foreigners coming too, so they need.
The government decides about rent, but not the building managers or the person.
To put the rules for the owners so they will be.
Fuck,
a lot of foreigners coming too, so they need to put the rules for the owners.
Put the rules for the owner.
So they will be affordable for the locals too.
The fuck do you mean? Am I tripping?
Respondents in a recent survey reported facing problems paying their rent or mortgage in the city.
Who?
In New York, it has soared over $5,000. However, since 2020, rent in one of the trendiest neighborhoods in Mexico City has risen nearly 60%. Additionally, over 50% of respondents in a recent survey reported facing problems paying their rent or mortgage in the city.
I think that the government is starting to see that a lot of foreigners coming too, so they need to put the rules for the owners so they will be affordable for the locals too.
What do you mean for the locals?
Muchos de las personas dueñas de departamentos comenzaron a darse cuenta que existía un mercado en dólares para rentar sus apartamentos y también comenzaron a pedirle a sus inquilinos que se mudaran a otras partes de la ciudad.
If you just want to push out all the Mexicans, it's going to be really sad. I mean, it's going to be like being in Brooklyn, being somewhere else. It's not going to be being in Mexico anymore.
Basically what happens is kind of a butterfly effect where, people from out of the country come and establish in the nicer areas, at the nicer parts of our city, and then we are forced to go out. I myself have been displaced, so then I am displacing someone else, and I think that shouldn't be the case, and we shouldn't be forcing people to be living in
government's issue too.
Zones or dangerous areas of the city.
Actualmente no existe un control de precios sobre las rentas. Entonces yo hoy día puedo pagar una renta de cierto precio, pero si una persona que viene de Estados Unidos puede pagar el doble, pues entonces el dueño de esa propiedad se lo va a rentar a una persona que tiene más poder adquisitivo. Y cuando no podemos permanecer en nuestro territorio por una cuestión económica, estamos rompiendo lazos comunitarios, estamos rompiendo tradiciones, estamos rompiendo una serie de cosas que nos hacen culturalmente mexicanos y mexicanas.
Part of the problem is the lack of new developments for housing. Additionally, there is the issue of short-term rentals, which diminishes housing inventory for residents. This is not just happening here. It's a problem across the globe. From 2019 to August 2023, short-term rentals in Mexico City increased by about 45%. In 2022, the Mexico City government partnered with Airbnb to promote the city as a global remote working hub. In a statement to CNBC Make It, a representative from Airbnb said the company is committed to helping develop lesser-known destinations and helping redistribute tourism. Airbnb also collects and pays lodging taxes and says it continually shares statistics about the platform's activities with the government. Airbnb's partnership with Mexico City sparked anger for many.
The short-term rentals are not regulated in Mexico City. And just like in any other big city, that hurts the social fabric a lot. Why is it that it's regulated in New York, in Barcelona, in Berlin, where this became a problem? And then in Mexico City, it was the complete opposite.
I think it's fantastic
'Cause your
that
government's
people are coming
trash.
and the tourism is blossoming in Mexico City. But when people are taking the free 6-month visa and overstaying and, not blending with the locals, not spending in local areas and not understanding what their presence means in political, economical ways, I think that's when it's difficult.
There are also reports
Hola,
of tenants
patrón.
being pushed out of
¿Qué
their
pedo?
homes so landlords can renovate the units for the short-term rental market. In September 2023, lawmakers introduced a bill in Mexican Congress that would tax digital nomads after their 20th day in the country, though it remains just a proposal.
Pues me parece que nosotros tenemos una gran responsabilidad para poder generar una normatividad amable, que no sea rígida, que no sea burocrática, que nos permita convivir a quienes hemos vivido aquí toda nuestra vida y a quienes vienen a vivir ahora, que optan por nuestra ciudad como un destino bonito, como un destino agradable.
And then peanut butter. There's some The one that's dressed now.
Let's scrape it out. ¿Quieres decirlo en español?
Sí. Hola, mi nombre es Cora, tengo 9 años, soy dúo nacional. Mi mamá es de los Estados Unidos y mi papá es cerca por Veracruz.
Es mexicano. Like if you say my country is the United States, you'd say his country is Mexico.
I decided to live in Mexico City really because of love.
She was a paralegal in North Carolina before moving to Mexico City in
Damn,
2011.
you've seen it
I
all.
live in Mexico City with my Mexican national husband and my binational daughter who's 9 years old. Mexico has a collectivist culture. I value that my daughter is growing up with that sort of mentality, that there is a we, there's an us, and I really appreciate that.
Caitlin and her husband Victor earn their living in pesos.
When I moved to Mexico City while I was waiting for a work visa, I just hopped into a dance program and it turned out to be like a full modern dance performance degree, which was the biggest serendipity of my lifetime.
She works as a choreographer and takes on other performing arts roles.
I'm sure that I never would have been able to pursue this thing that I've wanted since I was a little girl and that I had really repressed and talked myself out of, but I'm just so grateful that I get to do this with this one precious life.
In response to the tension created by digital nomads, there is a consensus on ways to mitigate the impact.
Meet your neighbors, get dirty, get in the trenches, let yourself become a student of the culture because there's so many things in our hearts and our minds that can be transformed by the cultural richness of this place that we would never experience if we don't cast off the privilege of being someone from a dominant culture and having those dollars that speak loudly and move things.
One of the great things about being here is that people are very, very patient, and the more Spanish I learn, the more doors open up, the more friendly people become, the cheaper things get.
Yo les pediría que también hagamos comunidad para sentirnos seguros, para sentirnos contentos, para sentir que estas poblaciones tienen preocupaciones, tienen aspiraciones, tienen alegrías. Lo peor que nos podría suceder es vernos como comunidades aisladas.
People will always be on the move.
What we need to understand is that people that are migrating, they're only looking for a better quality of life. We're all humans and we're all looking to be able to afford our basic needs, to have a family, to have rest time.
As for these Americans, they just may have found what they've been looking for.
I'm deeply, deeply happy. And I'm just grateful for this strange, uncalculated life that I have stumbled upon. And I'm really grateful for the people who have adopted me and formed community with me.
Now I'm a permanent resident, so I can be here as long as I want, and that's the dream. I'm so happy. I don't think I will ever move back full time. There's so much to my life here that really enriches my experience of the day-to-day living that I wouldn't want to give that up.
It's just a dream.
Short king.
And that dream is just to be treated like everyone else.
Yo solamente
fairly,
opino
equally.
que el gobierno debería poner reglas claras. Yes,
I've been able to
bro,
achieve that.
yes.
And I'm rooting for the US, but as far as going back, I don't have plans to move back home.
Wait.
I didn't know that I needed to leave in order to achieve what I have. I'll stay in Mexico for as long as y'all will have me.
I have always seen myself as an immigrant because my intention was to move here and build a life here. Mexico City is home. I expect to be here forever. My dream life is almost the antithesis of what we consider to be the dream life in America. It's not about accumulating wealth. It's about having control over my time. That is my dream life.
Well, bro, let's say the immigrants go. She's saying that she wants the government to put more taxes on the immigrants. But like, I don't know what these are. I'm guessing that's the IRS. But like, I don't know. She's saying they need to make them pay taxes, the immigrants, and like, yeah, sure, but I feel like the government should, I don't know, bro, like, just not be, stop raising the price. Like, I know you can make more money, but if you raise the price, that's how you get this. It's not necessarily because of the people. Bro. Bosnia. Bro, hold on, I gotta take a piss. Psychology of money in 20 minutes. Honesty matters. Well, los gringos descubrieron que el verdadero sueño americano se encuentra en México. I speak Spanish, respect the people, culture, the law, and the community just like you would in your home country. Yeah, except Americans don't fucking respect people. If you are saying, try to integrate at the community mall, trust me, Mexico está just from norte, La Condesa. Vivo en Alemania y aquí hay reglas que podrían ayudar por ejemplo, las rentas están reglamentadas, que tanto se puede pedir según la zona. Yes. Y la calidad del departamento. Yes. También el dueño no puede terminar un contrato sin probar que lo necesita para su propia familia y no para rentar más caro. Y si se termina el contrato, sí tiene que dar un plazo de 3 a 6 meses para encontrar otro departamento si se vende. El que renta tiene primera opción de comprar, y si el nuevo dueño no puede demostrar que necesita el departamento para vivir allí mismo, tampoco puede. Bro, yes. What? Why are Asian youths more academically advanced? Academically advanced? What? Yes, stop raising the prices in Mexico and people won't have to move out of their fucking neighborhoods. I don't think that's it, but maybe that's it.
I got a little cocky Long Island in me. Like, I always thought it was gonna be successful right from the start. I knew we were gonna put everything into it because we thought we had something that was unique. There were no barbecue restaurants here in the city. We are so close to the United States. Mexicans love meat. There was a great opportunity to open up a new food category in a city of 23 million people. And when you have that window to be able to do something like that, you have to seize it. So that was it, you know, bing, bang, boom, done. A lot of money, millions in brisket, guys. I'm Dan DeFasi, I'm 44 years old. I live here in Mexico City. My Texas-style barbecue restaurants brought in over $9 million in revenue last year.
I wonder how much he's taking home. Maybe like
We have the best damn mac and cheese in Mexico
he
City.
could be
I promise.
insanely well off
In total,
with
we
1
have
million
7
in Mexico.
restaurants. Pinche Gringo Barbecue, Pinche Gringo Sandwich Shops, and Pinche Bar are part of Grupo Chilango Gringo, which is the umbrella parent company of these 3 different concepts that are here in Mexico City.
Pinche Gringo.
We
What?
actually opened this restaurant to share with Mexicans an authentic part of our culture so that we can bring the 2 countries together. Mexicans
wanna
think
go.
that our
Hermanos
food
Unidos.
is fries and hamburgers and fast food and frozen things that are microwaved. So if I was able to open
It
something
is, bro.
uniquely American,
That's
really
not
beautiful
uniquely
tasting
American.
because our guys are working all throughout the night to make something delicious.
Americans
This is the power
just
of being able
think
to
so
share
highly of
my
themselves.
beautiful American culture with Mexico. And this is how I can give back to the country that has embraced me so much.
I just want to eat good food. You got good food, but it's not unique. The fuck is that noise? Goddamn
I grew up
kids,
in
bro.
Copiague, Long Island, New York. I'm a proud Long Islander. I got a job at the Apple Store in Soho, New York. I was teaching the iPhone on stage, and then over the 3 years I grew in my position. I became head of marketing in education for Latin America. One day I was sitting on the mountain with my friend who also worked for Apple, and I said, hey, let's do something else and let's change our lives. My partner is from Mexico City, and he's brought a lot of local insight to the business. So I decided we're gonna do something more iconically Texan, and of course there's nothing more iconically Texan than an Airstream. We found one that was being sold in Edinburgh, Texas. We drove there and we bought this 27-foot trailer. We hooked it up to a truck and we drove that thing 15 hours from Edinburgh to Mexico City. I decided that I wanted to offer authentic American lemonade. They don't have lemonade in the powder. So I bought 50 cases of Country Time lemonade in powder form, and it probably wasn't a good idea to drive 50 cases of white powder in a shiny truck in states in Mexico that have definitely been ravaged by the drug trade. We got stopped 11 times by police who were just trying to check out what the heck was going on. They went inside, they opened the boxes, they found this white powder, and I was like, why would I be driving it down to Mexico? Like, we're driving it back to the US. And they opened the lemonade, they tasted it, and they found out it really was lemonade. So it took us a long time to get down, but it was definitely a journey that I can write a screenplay about. About a week before we were about to open, I had literally $100 in my bank account and I needed to pay my rent. So I called my dad, and my dad, in his strong New York accent, I asked him, Dad, please, can I borrow $1,000 so I can pay my rent? And he says to me, son, you got your master's degree at Columbia University and you're down in Mexico opening a barbecue restaurant? And yeah, he didn't give me the money. 3, 2, 1. I think because of the name being Pinche Gringo, that means darn American. And I think it gave us a bit of humility, and we were making fun of ourselves a little bit, which I think brought down a wall and allowed our Mexican customers to be more open to something that was very unique and different. I was the cashier, my business partner was the guy cutting the meat, the butcher, and then the security guard smoking the meat overnight. And the three of us just kept on learning how to make the business grow. And it was tough. No one's here. We were outside of the restaurant passing out brisket samples to people who had no idea what brisket was. Those first couple of weeks, making $30 a day was definitely challenging. I was nervous, and the food didn't taste so good at the beginning, to be honest.
This is our first night and our official PG barbecue brisket.
We gave a sample of our food to some dogs. Dogs didn't eat it, and that's when we were like, okay, this is a problem.
What?
We kept on practicing over and over. One day, a reporter came, she saw the restaurant, she brought her cameras in. We were on public television in an episode of her show.
¿Cuál es el ritual alrededor del barbecue en Estados Unidos?
Barbecue es como comida con friends.
And since then, lines everywhere.
What? He speaks
One
Spanish?
of the greatest things about Pinche Gringo barbecue
Comida
is
con
that the
food.
restaurant was received in open arms. I did not tropicalize anything from Mexico. I do not have tortillas. I do not have agua jamaica, agua horchata. I don't have chiles toreados. And the most sacrilegious thing is that I do not have limes. And Mexicans love limes on things. And why? Because I wanted to offer something that was unique, that was different than anything has ever seen before. When we started Pinche Gringo Barbecue, we really wanted to make sure
unique
that it was
to
authentically
Mexico,
American.
okay.
So we were hiring a lot of people
Got it.
that spoke English, that maybe had lived and worked in the United States. Then after a couple of months, we started realizing that a lot of those employees that were working here were deported from the United States. So I considered that Pinche Gringo was a safe haven for them to be able to be here and to
look
talk
at
about it
you.
in a very open way.
American savior.
A typical day in the
I'm
life
hating.
of a
I'm
restaurant
hating
owner
to
is always
everybody,
crazy.
bro.
You're a firefighter, you're putting out fires everywhere. Everything else going okay today? It's very dynamic due to the complexity of what we have here.
I'll send you an email with all the updates.
All right, are we gonna lose next week?
No.
We are a place that sells 15 to 20 metric tons of meat per month, so meat is absolutely the biggest expense in the business. Labor cost is not as high as it is in the US, and so our margins
you
are
love
a bit
that.
healthier to be able to offer our product at a lower price point so more of the city could be able to afford it.
Good.
Being an entrepreneur is definitely much
9 to
more challenging than working
15.
with a company that you are. Entrepreneur is you could be
My
able
man
to
said we. My man said we. Sandwiches range from about $9 to $15. I don't see the word pesos.
being an entrepreneur is definitely much more challenging than working in a structured company that you are not fully liable for.
Pepsi put our logo on the back of the can to advertise our stand-up comedy nights. We were very excited about that. This is our brand of mezcal. It's called Pinche Mezcal.
I can't stop thinking about it. If I'm on vacation or if I'm resting, I'm always thinking about what is happening in the business. And that definitely takes its toll on some people. My goals is how do we grow, but still be able to make businesses that really touch people's hearts. That's a very, very hard thing to do, but my validation in life of knowing that when people come in, they are not just excited about what they see, they love it. They want to come back. They tell their friends and family about it. And that is when you have a beautiful business. It's not about your margins, your profit line. And so my challenge is being able to sustain that over the long terms as the number of people in our company expand. It makes me very happy every day to go to work.
Can I see some of the
love going
food,
to
bro?
work. I
No
love my
shot.
people.
Oh
I
my
love the
gosh.
restaurants. I love being here. And that's really, really great because when you love your work so much, it doesn't feel like work anymore. And I'm living that dream.
And then country time lemonade. Bro, that isn't the most white Texan thing I've There you go. So proud of our barbecue. Speaking with foreigners about food barbecue is going to get discussed. He nailed it. He made Mexico the land of. He made. I'm just hating, bro. I'm not gonna. I don't know about these guys, man. I think your boy's hungry. Biden wraps up his visit against being consumed by rage. People need to chill. The fuck? I need to get some religion type videos, bro. Yes, sir. We're all going broke. Wow. Analog computing. Oh, my back. Yeah, the notion of affordable eating in the US these days is laughable. Fucking assholes. I think it's game time, no? Fuck, I need to figure out how am I gonna eat. Cancel. Cancel. Start. I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to get some people on the stream, cuz. Flick. My first video? No. My third video. What? Oh, I was... Boom. Boom. Dude, maybe I should do that. I don't know, man. Dude, this stupid fucking game is so broken. I hate it. So dumb. Why aren't you showing? What do you mean select? Select what? Sheesh. I don't give a fuck about you, stupid ass. Oh, shit. Hurry up, stupid ass shader bullshit. You can tell I'm hungry. I'm just talking shit. Maybe I should start earlier so I can get off at 7 or 6 and eat. Just have my afternoon. I don't know. I don't know. Hope that shit's not just blasting the audio. Bro, this fucking game doesn't play right now. Right. Oh shit. Right. That's gonna suck for people. So maybe like out here or something. Bitch. Fucking God, I hate this. I hate this game so much, dude. Start, you fucking cunts. If you don't start, fine. I will end you. You. What? Oh. Oh. Na. So fucking gross. Thought I changed this shit. Ooh. 15, eh? So hurry up! Oh. What can I put in the background? None. Chilling. Oh, I wanted to see this. La 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 la. Does it pop up? La 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 la. Oh, this is a test with the bitrate bullshit. What do I use? Use a fucking pistol. I haven't played this game like that. Oh, oh. This game fucking blows, bro. No, shut. Don't return. Wait, that motherfucker. I hate this game so much. Pinche juego vale verga. I haven't even gamed, bro. I don't remember when I came. It hasn't been that long. Ball if you don't. Mr. Fat. Sheesh. At least you can pick up guns fast. What? Shit, did I just break this? Okay. Why is it poor ass quality? It better not be like that. Not to make shit. Wow. Shit. What? Why is this shit quality, bro? What can I fucking... I'm starting to get pissed off now. What? Everything tells me it's good, but... I'm like hella high bitrate. I'm so annoyed. I don't know. sé, no vayan a ver, carnal. No sé. Wait. I think we were at it at 50. Cause audio's dog shit anyway. Gotta fix this. Oh. Sheesh. Sheesh. What? What's happening? Zara, Zara, Zara. What's the strongest gun now? This shit. Crunch, crunch. Wait, this shit changed?
Kill confirmed.
That's dick. No audio! Brad, 2 kills. No fucking way.
Not one. Stun incoming.
Take it off.
See, the audio's gone even more to shit.
I got him. You're here.
Oh.
Semtex incoming. Switching mags.
No! That motherfucker bitch. Shit, bruh. Hombre. What are these perverts doing in there together? Get the fuck out, you dumbass! Stand in the fucking way, genius. What is that noise? Come on!
X-ray down. Target marked. West Prime is incoming.
Quad feed, quad feed, quad feed.
Switching mag.
Dude, you have a spawn trap? About to drop a fucking nuke. No! I couldn't find fucking ammo. What the fuck is this? Give me ammo, man. Fuck. Dude, this. Should've just.
Requesting air support.
I wonder how many streaks did I go?
Shoot me again, and I'll end
What's up? What's up?
I died 24 times.
It is?
Thought I died like twice. I don't know what to do. I'm fucking hungry. It's already gonna be 7. I need to figure something out. But I'm gonna be doing this. Also, like, I'm getting annoyed with this quality bullshit. Just stream right, man. Let me see what the phone said, bro. Like, stop, man. Side.
Brother 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
What's going on? Too many shit actually is lagging because.
Damn, you fucking dude! He had me. He had me like 3 health, and he just fucking whipped.
He didn't follow you. Oh no, he's up top. He's on top of the
Oh wow,
flagship.
he's sweaty. He is sweaty.
Dude, what? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brother 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
No, he didn't.
I got him. Don't worry.
Oh, dude, he shot me, and then you got him.
Yeah, I don't know what he did, but he just 360'd you, so.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jesus,
man,
the
I wanted
wing.
that. Dang. This dude's fast.
He was low, but yeah, he's fast.
Well,
Not fast enough.
Oh, dude,
No!
Good game, bro.
Shit. He ran right towards it. It was gonna blow
Yeah,
up on
he
him
did.
anyway. He was dead.
Mm-hmm.
GG's, girls. I don't know what to do with this quality bullshit, bro. I mean, make it higher. See what that does.
Gunfight.
Oh, that's pretty. That is pretty. if I do this. Come on.
Eliminate all threats from the area.
Fuck. What's going on?
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Fuck.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
I don't know what to do, bro.
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
Don't know what to do.
It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Secure the AO. No quarter given.
The heck?
Took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
That was nice. Bros.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one. You're all that's left. Finish it. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
Nice. Slow ass fucking gun, bruh.
area.
Oh my gosh. Heal, bro. Heal. It's behind you. Ooh. Mate, clutch.
Switch inside. We lost that round. Ready for the next one.
Game fucking blows.
Mission complete. Solid work.
I don't think the answer is going up in bitrate. I just don't. But what?
Gunfight.
Gunfight. What's faster?
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Go, 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 go. Oh! My fault, my fault.
Victory secure. Be ready to win again.
Nice son.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO. Finish the mission.
Fuck!
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Too late. Nice, nice.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win. You are all that threat. Finish the mission.
Fucking glass!
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. Down to you. Finish the mission.
You fuckface.
Round. Get ready for the next one.
He was sprinting at me!
All Strasser, eliminate the
Should've
enemy or
just done
secure
it
the
to his
flag to
ass,
win.
bruh. Fuck! Killed myself. Fuck!
Focus on the next one.
Bro, why did that bitch roll back and not go inside?
Switching sides.
So dumb. Oh, de la verga, imbécil. How the fuck can you even see? Cause I broke the last one. Bro, beat his ass.
Mission compromised. We are defeated.
So I don't know what to do. So I'm just gonna.
Hey, GG's, guys.
GG's, guys. Fuck off.
This is the first half, not gonna lie.
What? Fuck off. Even on the phone is ass, dude. Bro, it's so annoying. Ignore stream service settings. Oh, I'm connected. I can't fuck with it.
gunfight.
Gunfight. Oh, I'm finally getting my 60 frames.
Trazer 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO. Victory secure. Be ready to win again. Hold Strazer, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Hee. He's under you, bro.
We lost that round. Get ready for the next one. Strazer 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win. You've won that round. Get ready for the next one. It's down to
I don't know what's a good number, what's not a good number.
mission is complete. Good work.
What's a good number, bro? I don't fucking know. 25 maybe?
Saw the map and they left. I'm.
Oh. Stuck in my room. Bro, I just don't know.
Gunfight.
Don't know.
Secure the AO. No quarter given.
Yeah.
I feel like it's my fault. Victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Get better Wi-Fi.
Shut up, bitch.
I'm sorry. Alright.
Still doesn't fucking work. Impact. Thank you. This smoke on. Smoke. Doggone. Oh, you had to with your shotgun, you little baby. Secure the area. Clear all threats.
Cause I.
My nigga ran like nigga. Can you fucking kill him or something?
Bro, how does it keep... Nigga, I'm sick. Sick bastard. Nah, bitch, get off my fucking wiener, hoe ass nigga. Cause watch what I'm about to do to these niggas. Watch what I'm...
Eliminate all threats from the area. Took a loss there. Let's complete
I ain't playing no more, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up and get off my dick, nigga. So like, get a kill, get off my... Nigga, oh my... 1 and 5.
You're all that's left. Finish it. We lost that round. Ready up for the next one. It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission.
Bro.
We're capturing the flag.
Good shit, Negro. Good shit. You shut that nigga who daddy is.
Nothing in his bed.
You're all that's left. We lost that round.
Real Negro shit.
Down to you, mate. Finish the mission.
God, nigga. Nigga.
Almost made a comeback, boys. Almost.
You almost.
Why you being polite to
that
that
ain't
bitch,
nonsense.
nigga? Yeah, fuck the niggas.
He said, "Why you being nice?" Guess we having a late night snack today. Oh, I can't even drive anywhere. Fuck. Bro, I don't know. I don't fucking know. These guy again, eh?
Gunfight.
Oh, I kinda love this stage.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
¡Aquí hay enemigos!
We're taking the flag. Set a perimeter.
No.
Aguas, got movement.
I didn't even see this fella right in front of me. This feller.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
This is a semi. Or semi. Fuck. He's in here.
This enemy territory, keep it tight.
Good. Oh. ¿Qué me ves? Ay, güey. ¿Qué me ves, Ramírez? Oh my goodness. Oh, these guys aren't really that good. Oh. Bro, at least I'm getting good FPS. Oh my gosh, bro. These guys said no.
Switching sides.
I don't know how this goddamn thing keeps suggesting me to do 14. Oh my gosh, bro. Just kill me now. Shader up, my bitch, you already fucking did it. Yeah, but this is strange. Let me see what does. Custom.
Okay. I thought I was playing shipment, but okay.
What's happening? He said, okay, that was playing shipment, but okay. Stupid. Oh my gosh, I hate these fucking guns. Oh, this one. Oh. This hole's so shaky. It's better to use it like these.
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
No! Let me get my fucking shit. Dumbass game.
repeat it.
One of these bad girls.
Secure the AO. No quarter given. Is ours. Ready up for the next one.
That was fucked up. Nice.
Eliminate all threats from the area.
That was my fault. My fault.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Stupid fucking guns, bro. Love it.
We took a loss. Let's not repeat it.
Bro. This fucking losing in there, bro.
Damn, it is.
Damn.
Alright. Pistols.
Dude.
Strong start, weak ending.
I mean, I would have died regardless, but the fuck? Nah, but I'm about to 1v these motherfuckers.
Alright. Oh my gosh.
Wait, is this my teammate? Oh, it is him.
That guy's gonna be camping, bro.
Took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
What the fuck was she throwing?
My bad, bro. I was distracted.
It's okay, bro. Just tell your girl to give you a head later. Let's go!
We win these.
Let's go.
Fuck!
Saw the other guys over here.
Oh, fuck!
No!
Mission failed. Return to base.
Oh no.
What happened? She just chose for me. Bro, I'm so hungry. dude. Kaiser. No, Kaiser. Tumble. Ballistic. Hallelujah. I don't know. Sorry, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Google YouTube the fuck out of this. Fuck you.
Secure the area. Clear all threats. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Dude, this guy's about to fuck on me. Oh my gosh. What in the rat fuck?
Secure the AO. No quarter given.
Oh, that shit pisses me off, dog.
Took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
I don't like it. He could see me better.
Let's not repeat it.
I haven't been focused this whole time, bro. Dude, this game's so slow, bro. Look at this.
This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
Baby. Why? This fuckface. Oh my god, literally the worst gun ever.
Visual on an X-ray.
I saw it. Saw clear as that. Clear as that. Oh, clear as day. Oh shit! Fucking rat. Bro, how am I losing against these fucking rodents? Oh, fuck this shit. Let's go. We're winning because of the teammate. Let's go, teammate.
Secure the AO.
Oh my fucking god. Stupid fucking guns, bro.
You're all that's left. Finish it. Took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
God, this game is trash, bro. I do not have the patience for that. Let's move on. Whoa, whoa, no, 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 no. What is this fucking thing doing? Never autoplay. God, that's so stupid. How am I even fucking playing, you cocksucker? Stupid bitch. So dumb. How the hell do you... Rah, 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 rah.
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
The hell?
Eliminate all threats from the area.
Mario! I'm just gonna chow.
You're all that's left. Finish it. We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
Beautiful. Stunned myself. Love it. Realism. Centering. He knows you're gonna peek. Jump into it, maybe. Don't suck.
Mission complete. Solid work.
Google Pixel? Question mark. I do love Google.
Not as often.
Not as often. I should
Yeah, I'm
probably.
still dropping.
What is it? Is it these chat volume? We can do 10. Still annoyed that this fucking shit doesn't work. I'm getting shit. I like how I'm getting my full fucking frames though. Yeah. Yeah.
Secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
Nice. Nice awareness.
next one.
Nice battle, bro.
You know what? Respect the homie for not pulling out. Respect to you. Respect.
Shit.
Oh my god, hell.
Hold Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Oh, he didn't oh my god, he was in the fucking water.
Dude, I suck.
In the water. Again. But he's a fucking mermaid. And with aim assist on top of that.
Strasser 1, control threat or secure the flag to win.
Don't. Oh no. Oh no. I thought I.
Okay.
You are all that's left. Finish the mission. Victory secure. Be ready
And
to
he
win
was
again. Focus on the next one.
Okay, let's you look at that. I have trust issues now. So
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
in spawn every round? No way. Bro, he's like either in the water or he's in spawn. He's not good. He just can't.
Oh my gosh.
How embarrassing, bro. Like, how are you gonna pull a pistol out and fuck that up and then die?
Oopsies. Make this quicker.
dude. Oh, yeah, they were fucked. I thought you were with me, but you weren't.
What the fuck, bro? I almost got shit on.
Bro, you're so trash.
I am, dude. I am.
That's where your teammate left
Had
you.
to camp a lot.
I fucking suck.
Your teammate hit
Dick.
water. You weren't in the water. Your teammate though. Your teammate was in the water a lot.
It's whatever it's called.
Bro, he was.
What the fuck? That shit was phony. Gun fate. Tranny. Stupid. You stupid, bruh.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
What the fuck? Y a la verga, animal. Throw some. Oh. Throw it, yes, and then go. Oh my gosh. This guy needs specimen fighting. Don't matter. Don't matter. Got lucky. It's caught. Hilarious.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win. or secure the flag to win. That round, get ready for the next one.
No, that's crazy. Now I got to shit on him.
More of a shit on him. Chill, bro. It's not that serious.
I'm getting carried too hard. claymore, bro.
You won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Moving here.
Mission is complete. Good work.
So easy. Go kill yourself. Goodbye. I love you. Mwah. Fucking asshole. Daddy.
What the fuck? Well, these people are fucking weird, man. Alright. I'm gone, baby. Let's see. Tomorrow I gotta wake up. Gotta fix this I got 36 in one fucking go, eh? Bro, this is so dumb. Anyway. I gotta fix this stupid, I don't know what the fuck. So annoying though.